Hey friends, how you doing? Thanks for joining. Really looking forward to this stream to compare these different kind of software versions. So let's see what's going to happen today. Also, you need to help me review them because we're going to figure out together what kind of features they have. So let's see about that. Hi Stratos, thanks for joining. Hi Leo from Holland. Hi Timothy, thanks for joining. Stratos from Lemnos, Greek island. Okay, pretty cool. I'm half Greek. I don't speak Greek, though. My father never told me how to, so that's pretty strange. But yeah, well. I don't even know like the normal touristy words, to be honest. I couldn't say anything. I can say "Δεν καταλαβαίνω ελληνικά." This is, I think, the only one I can say. What else is there? I can't remember. Hey, Luciano from Brazil. Hey, sorry, what? Rogerio, hi. Kevin, hi. Thanks for joining again. Lyle from SoCal, USA. Okay, interesting. What's that short for? South California, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, my giant coffee cup is back. Let's have a sip. Southern California. Okay, I was right. Pretty cool. Very nice. So I downloaded a trial for Lightroom and also Lightroom Classic, and then I asked Luminar if they sent me a review key, and they like responded within a day or something, like really quick, and sent me a key. So that's nice. I'm not affiliated with them though, so I tell you my honest opinion, what I like, what I don't like. What else? Well, NIK Collection I do have. I don't have the 3-year version because they didn't change too much, so it's still 2.5, but the core features are exactly the same. They just added like a little bit of stuff that I didn't think was important enough to spend on the update, so I didn't do that. Hey Rushab, thanks for joining. Hi, how you doing? Just Dude from Netherlands, thanks for joining. Hi Varun, thank you. Thank you for enjoying my channel. Yes, I saw. I just opened Luminar 4, Pedro, a second ago, and did they update? I'm not sure what they updated, but they did an update today, so pretty nice. Someone told me that he used it as a plugin in Affinity Photo, but I haven't checked. Whoa, sorry. I haven't checked that out, so I'm not sure if that works. It works as a plugin for Photoshop, so maybe it works as a plugin for Affinity Photo, but I'm not sure. I use, yeah, I think a lot of people use Luminar. I don't have, what is it called? One something, Studio One? No, that's for music, I think. I'm not sure. I have to ask them for a key too. If they can send me one for review purposes, that would be great. By the way, if you ask yourself, why do you ask for keys? Why not just buy the software? Well, the thing is, if I buy all the different software I want to test, I want to have a look at, I'm broke. So it's better if they send me a free key. And then, although I should ask them for a reduced key, that would make more sense. Anyways, it's better that like for review purposes, I can just look at the software, because most of the tools I'm not going to use afterwards. I just want to show like what they can do, how they compare to other stuff, because like nobody's going to use 50 different programs, if you know what I mean. So that's the reason for that. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of chatting going on today, which I'm super happy about. By the way, I think I'm going to do this kind of, I'm going to try this kind of YouTube membership thing just to see if it works or not. I think, like, I talked with other YouTubers and they said, well, it's why not? If it's there and some people don't like to go to Patreon, they don't like, it's a different page, stuff like that, you can try it out. And a lot of people want to support me, but not like, I know it from myself. I see other channels and I think I want to support you, but I'm not really interested in buying like a $50 course or something from you. But if I could give you a little bit, I would be happy about that. But I'm not interested in your products. I'm interested in your channel. So there's a difference between that. You know what I mean? So, also it could be fun. I don't know. Let's see. I still have to think about it. I haven't done it yet. Whoa. Let me read the comments. Timothy says, I moved to Adobe to Affinity Photo. Yes, me too. I haven't used Adobe stuff in like years. I didn't even know there's a difference between Lightroom and Lightroom Lite. Sorry, Classic. I was downloading Lightroom and I thought it's the full Lightroom. And then I tested it and I was like, that is pretty bare bone. Like, not that much you can do with that. And then I figured out, oh, this is like a different kind of version that you, for some reason, they have a reduced version. I don't know why. And then they have the full version. Why wouldn't you just have the full? I don't know why. I mean, it's not like it's an app or something. It's for the desktop, but it's reduced in the functionality by a lot. So that's pretty strange. AP works? I hope so. Most of the time it does. Hey, Yayo, thanks for joining. Pretty good to see you again. Hi, Pedro. Plugin works as AP. I'm not on Mac. I see. Interesting. Okay. Luminar is a paid app. Yes, it's not a. It's. Do they have an app? I don't know. It's like I have it for desktop for my computer, and there it's paid. It's not that cheap either. I mean, it's cheap for what it can do. It's really affordable. It's like 80, 90 bucks, stuff like that. It's not super cheap. Like, it's not something you would buy on the go, but it has some like AI features that we will look at today that are pretty impressive. Capture One is the one. Yes, Rushabh, that's the one. It's pretty expensive though, so yeah, I have to mail them about that. Wow, there's a lot of stuff going on. Hey, Magnus, thanks for joining. Hi, Oliver from Germany. Thanks for joining too. Okay. Yeah, it's cheaper than cheaper than Lightroom in the sense of that you don't have to pay a monthly fee for that, and then over time, of course, you have to pay a lot more for Lightroom. That's absolutely true. Yeah. Luminar 4 keep crashing your iMac? I would mail them about that. They are really super responsive. So maybe they can help you with that. Maybe there's another program like interfering with that or stuff like that. So Pedro says it's buggy. It can be buggy. Like I found that sometimes it has hiccups where it's slow and then it works again fluently and then it's a bit slow for some reason. I'm not sure how or why that happens though. They have discounts occasionally. I don't know. Maybe they do. I should have asked them for that if they want to send me a discount code. So if I show it to you, maybe I can, because the video isn't coming out. Like today, I do this kind of review in live stream, but then I do a review video also with the best points of today from the live stream. So maybe I can ask them if they can send a code so you can get it a bit cheaper if you want to. If that's a good idea, I don't know. You cannot upgrade it. Okay, interesting. There's a lot of interesting feedback. So there seems to be some problems. By the way, thank you for taking part in the challenge this week. The editing of this kind of photo I took with my little new drone. Oh, by the way, I said I want to bring out my vlog videos on Wednesday, but yesterday was Wednesday, so I went with a friend. We drove to the countryside to film and fly around with the drone a little bit, and I forgot to post the video. And today I thought it's too close to the live stream, so I probably gonna post it tomorrow. And this time it's about like me flying around with my. I want to show you, by the way. I think I have shown you in the camera. I don't know. Let's see. 1 second. Da-da! So I got this. I was so excited about this. I did some research and I was thinking long and hard if I actually should buy that. And yeah, there we go. I have my little own mini drone, which I can fly around, which is I'm pretty excited about. And since I bought it, of course, I made some first user experience. And I put that in a vlog video, like the 10 points that stood out to me as a beginner that I didn't think about before I got the drone. So yeah, that might help you if you want to get one on your own. And the reason why I bought this rather than saving up for a nice DSLR or stuff like that is that this is like you can do so many things. This replaces really, really expensive technology. Think about, for example, a crane shot. Like you want to have like just a photo, for example. You want to have a photo of a sculpture, but from 15 meters up in the air. You can rent the place, get a permit, have a crane put you up there to take the photo, or you take this and in like 5 minutes you're done and you have the shot. So that's a pretty sweet deal, I have to say. So that's pretty nice. And the vlog is about that. I'm giving away, like, I'm spoiling my own videos again. This is why I wanted to put it out yesterday, so I can't spoil it. But maybe I talked with her. She's also a YouTuber, and she said maybe if you talk about it in your live stream, people get more excited to watch the video. So maybe it's not spoiling, it's more like teasing. So that could also be, I'm not sure about that. All right. What else does the chat say? And then we start with the review of your edits. Pedro says, when I complained about Luminar cost to them, they sent me a highly discounted coupon. Wow, that's pretty good. That's a good strategy. Natural said, I have Affinity and Luminar. Perhaps they work against each other. Maybe, I don't know. Christian says, I have Luminar and Affinity. Luminar has a pretty bad performance under Windows. I use Affinity, Adobe. I don't use Adobe because of the abos. I like the subscriptions. So yeah, I can a lot of people, like me included, changed over from Adobe to Affinity Photo and other stuff. Sorry, why didn't I? Sometimes my brain gets and I can't remember words. That's interesting. Pedro says, no, they don't interfere if you are on Mac. Okay, interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting things going on. Okay, good. Too much hassle. Okay, interesting. Yeah, let's have a look at how it works. So, okay, but first of all, let's have a look at the edits you sent me from the one picture I took. 1 second. Let me switch over here to the work view so you can see my screen. And I have all my, okay, my links are up here. I didn't hide that. Is there anything in there that I should or need to hide? Not really. Drone photography. 3 tips to find a lost drone. Okay, that's good. This sadly is over, this deal for the filmmaker book bundle, but I got that. That's pretty cool. And of course, right now I'm playing again for Forza Horizon 4. So yeah, if you want to race around, we can race around in Forza Horizon. All right. So let's have a look at the edits. Also, let me put the chat somewhere where I can see it easily. Whoop, that's wrong. There we go. Adobe subscription was a bit expensive. Although I have to say, like, for photography, if you get Photoshop and Lightroom together, I mean, as a consumer, it's expensive to have it. But if you are like a professional photographer, you reduce it from your tax anyway. So you like don't even really pay for it. You know, it's tax deductible because it's an expense. So I wouldn't care too much about the cost if you do it for professional reasons. Like if you do it for professional reasons, you have a camera and the lens alone for the camera is like $3,000. So compared to that, like, I don't know, $15 or what it costs a month, not that much actually. But it really depends what you want to do with that, you know? So, okay, so let's have a look at these edits here. But like I said, I also changed over. The reason for me was that for the stuff I did for my customers, or I do for my customers, I didn't really need the functions that Photoshop has, you know? So didn't make sense to pay for that every month. And also I bought the complete bundle with all the other apps in there. Because for web design, there's a lot of other interesting stuff in there, like, I don't know, Illustrator and this kind of web design stuff and other things. And sometimes a little bit of video editing and stuff like that. And then it's really expensive, you know, and there's free alternatives for most of them, or like cheaper alternatives, let's say. Okay, let's look at the start photo first, just so you have an idea. If you didn't know about the challenge, you can see it here. So this is the photo I took with my drone. You will look at that also later when we compare the different software versions. You can say it's like overexposed and like not the nicest photo, but you can still do a lot with that. All right, so let's look at the different edits. This one is from Sabine. Okay. And by the way, 1 second before I open this up, let's open this up in a second tab so we can go back and forward between them. So we can have a little bit of a comparison. Oh, okay. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Paolo. Hi, Nigel. Thanks for joining. Hi, Hugo from Germany also. Varun said, a bit too expensive. Okay. Wally says Lightroom and Photoshop is just 12 euros a month. Yeah, that's pretty good. My gym costs 70 euros. Wow, okay, that's pretty okay. Wow. But it's worth it. I was in one. I canceled because of Corona. But if they have cool service, I found it's worth the money, because you like if you sorry that I'm talking about sports fitness clubs right now. Sorry, just a second. If you have these cheap ones that like 20 bucks a month, you get all the like the machines to train, and that's nice, but I'm not like on my own motivated to do that. I'm like, I get super bored with that. And with the more expensive clubs, you get courses included, which are really expensive if you book them on your own. And you have like a steam bath and sauna and a pool to swim around in. So if you add all these, like for example in Vienna, it's super expensive to go to a steam bath, and it's so nice to go once a week to a steam bath, which right now I can't do because again Corona. But anyways, it's nice. I have my steam bath here because of the studio lights, and although I have today one window open. It's still a sweaty situation to do the live stream because you have to keep everything closed so no sound comes in from the outside. All right, so let's have a look at the pictures here. So this is from Sabine. First I cleaned everything, then ground the line and cable. Oh, you removed lines and cable. There were lines and cables? Where? Interesting. This maybe? Did you remove that? No. Okay. Then ground the line cable on the front of the building. Oh yeah, there's an art installation. Yes, there's some cables here. That's true. Ah, oh, you removed that. I didn't even see that. That's a small detail. It's amazing that you like looked at that. That's pretty interesting. The papers on the door and the trash on the right corner. Really? Papers? Is there? I don't know if that are. Maybe those are signs. I don't know. Oh wow, that's a lot of a good eye for detail. You also kind of you cropped in a lot. Why? By the way, this is interesting. Why did you crop in so much, and like lost all this kind of nice detail? Okay, there is these kind of ugly buildings in the background that are super exposed, overexposed. So that makes sense. And you changed the perspective maybe a little bit. So let's see. The red piece on the stairs, floor, the wet pieces, I use 50% dodge and burn. For the lady, the gold on the door and the lights in the park, I make a horizon and use the perspective tool to bring the door closer to the lady. Okay, interesting. It's a little bit longer. What? Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, it goes over the trees now. Oh, wow. There's a lot of stuff in here you did. That is impressive. Okay. Wow. All right. I wouldn't even have thought about doing stuff like that. Okay. It's a good thing that we have the before and after view here. I did not see that. After all, I reduce the red color and make a gradient overall. Okay, interesting. Huh. Very nice. Okay. There's also some nice details up here in that area. We see the nice green and the sud on it, like the darker colors. The hand is still overexposed and the part here on the head, so you could paint over that a little bit with the green color from there to make it more like less overexposed. And this area here is also a little bit harsh, maybe. There is actually more detail in the picture than you have here. So this, but maybe that's also the style you want to have for the picture. But he did a lot of interesting stuff here. I didn't even think about that in the least. Oh, my bot is posting. Okay, sales links. Okay, that's interesting. Well, have fun, bot. Okay, I didn't remove that from last stream. I didn't think about that. All right, so that's pretty amazing. Thank you very much, Sabine. Yeah, it's like, I think it's still a bit overexposed and like it could be a bit more warm maybe, but it really depends on what you have. It could also be a cool morning, like it doesn't have to be a warm summer morning, but you lose some details here in that. And the perspective adjustment is really nice, but if you compare it to the original picture, it looks like you can see like this is like, it's leaning a little bit to the right side. Hey, Chef, thank you. Does the overlay work? Yes, it does. JSB. Thank you very much. That's pretty cool. What does it say? Everything. My neighbor cats keep creeping into my house. Evening. Oh, evening. You said evening. My neighbor's cat keeps creeping into my house. Well, you have a free cat. You don't have to care for it, but it comes over. You can cuddle it. That's pretty nice. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Really cool. Thank you very much for the support. I wanted to, by the way, like with this overlay that pops up to have a photo of my own cat, like Lolo or Pelusa. I didn't have time to change that yet. So thank you again. Pretty cool. Okay, let's go to the next one. Thank you, Sabine. The next one is from, by the way, I should go a little bit faster because we had a lot of entries today. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Boom. Gareth says, might try on this. Okay. So this is like you didn't do the like longer arms and other stuff. It's like editing the picture, which is a nice style. It's more, it's a harsher style, more like edgy. The thing that stands out to me, I'm not sure if you can see that in the stream. It's like it's very noisy. I'm not sure if the original picture doesn't look like that. I think you added some grain here, some noise to that. Maybe a bit much. Like what is the, in that case, I would be interested what's the purpose of the grain to like here on the ground and stuff like that. It's like what does it add to the picture? You know what I mean? So that can be interesting to ask. Yeah, it's very high contrast, I have to say. But I like the how the details came out with the face, also with the hand. That looks nice. It's not as bright and overexposed here as at the last picture, so that's pretty nice. By the way, I found that with some edits, this kind of mesh that's over here to protect it from the pigeons is sometimes it comes really out very harshly, and sometimes it doesn't come out as much. So that's really interesting to also look at that, because sometimes it looks like a spider web, like here. You can see it a lot. So that's pretty interesting. It has been sharpened. Yep, it has probably been sharpened, but if you look at this picture, I don't think there is that much... Whoa. I mean, there is noise in here, but is it that much noise? I think he rather added noise afterwards on like some film grain or something. But maybe you're right, and it's part of the original picture. I mean, this is pretty noisy here. So, yeah, maybe. Huh, interesting. All right. Thank you very much, Gareth. So interesting, like I really like how these takes are so completely different on what you want to make with the picture, or how you change the photograph from editing, which is also nice for me to see how you approach a picture and how you do it differently for me. Okay, this is the small one. Did you... I'm working with an iPad. Okay, so he didn't... I think he couldn't download the original version. Okay, so this is a lot warmer. It's very small, so we can't see many of the details in that case. Wow, there's a very strong vignette on here. Maybe let's put this in a second. Okay, that's too big. We can go like this. It's a bit blurry because it's upscaled, 150%. So there's a pretty, like over here, the vignette is maybe a little bit too strong. It looks like one of these old hole cameras that you can build yourself. You could punch a hole into a shoebox and then have the film at the other side. And this actually makes a picture. And they have often these very dark circles around that. So maybe that's a bit too much. But I like how warm the picture is overall and how soft it is. I'm a more like of this kind of soft look kind of guy. I like that. Either like if I do my, how can I say, composites or stuff, there's a lot of intense color in there. But with photos, if I look at them, this kind of nice, soft, organic, like, yeah, motion is very nice in pictures. Very cool edit. I like it. Also with the face and the hand. It's a bit green. It's still a bit white here, but it's very nice. Also, the background here turned out really well. I'm seeing right now. You see, because in the original picture, it's pretty like overexposed and not very much detail. And here it looks very nice. It actually looks like it's a normal exposure. That is very cool. Sunny greetings from LA. Thank you, Matteo. Sunny greetings back to LA. Have a good time. Where was the original photo taken? That is in Vienna. So this is the Museum of Art History. And on the other side, right next to it, and the exact same building, but with different sculptures, is the Natural Historic Museum, which is nice because arts and science are facing each other. And in the middle is a statue of the Empress. So a nice combination and representation of like the government back then and their kind of aspiration to connect arts and science and like, how to say, politics. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. Barry? From Australia. Okay, hi. I was reading Austria. I was thinking, okay. From South Germany. Thank you to Aribert. From Stuttgart. I was almost going to study in Stuttgart, but then I went to Vienna. Okay, so this is the edit from Joseph. Thank you very much for that. Pretty cool, very nice, very warm. Really like it. The vignette is a bit strong, I would say, but the rest is pretty cool. There's another big one. Okay, let's have a look here, how this compares to the original. It's a bit brighter. Oh, you changed the perspective. You can see like this is bending a little bit to the left from the perspective, and you corrected it. Not 100% straight, but more straight than the original. Does the ground change, by the way? No, it doesn't. So that's interesting. You can see like the cut off here of the bushes is the same here. So that's pretty interesting. Is it the same? I think it's the same. Okay. Very nice. But the rest of it isn't like, there isn't much more editing going on. It's even like this is the original, and that is like, has nicer lighting on the building, although it's darker. And this is a bit like more overexposed than the original. This can also depend on the screen you're using. Like maybe it looks much brighter to me than it looked to you, which can be the case depending on the screen you're working on. So that's pretty interesting. Let's have a look at the rest. Hey, you brighten up some areas also down here. So in general, I would say. Did you also... you cropped it a little bit on the right side. Like this sculpture here is missing. So that's interesting. Okay, but I would go more into detail to like work to reduce the overexposure and bring in some nice colors and like bring it more together. You know what I mean? So it's like, I like the perspective correction, but the rest there isn't too much that improves the picture on how it feels as like a nice picture of the scenery that's going on. So maybe like if you compare it to this picture before, you can see like how this brings together the sculpture and the house in the background, and like it's more this kind of feeling of being there and having a nice time. Let's have a look at the chat. Hey, Christian from Niederösterreich. Thanks for joining. Pretty cool. Instruction book. Yeah, it's also nice. I have a video, by the way, about that. If you go to my channel, you can find it. Let's go to my channel real quick, because a lot of people don't know that. If you go to the channel, there is this little search icon. So you can click on that and search, for example, let's go book. And then it shows you, you can see I did this one, the designer book, and the Affinity Photo book. So you can have a look at those too and see what's inside and stuff like that. I go through all of the book in this one of those, in both videos, basically. All right. What should we look at? Okay, this is the next one from Vincenzo. Are you in the live stream right now? I'm not sure if you're in the chat. Hi, Andreas. Thanks for joining. All right. Okay, so let's have a comparison. Oh, this is also changing. There's a lot of perspective changing going on. I didn't know that it's so important. Like, maybe I should do a video about that. Interesting. Let me write that down. So perspective changes seem to be quite a important topic for a lot of people. Perspective adjust. I should have a Word document open or something like that. It's easier, it's faster to write. Again, bending to the right side instead of, like, the original is bending to the left, and now this is bending to the right side. You can use guidelines to see if it's straight or not, you know, so that's probably helpful to have that in there. Vincenzo said, I adjusted the perspective distortion and the brightness in the original photo. I didn't like the lines on the building in the upper left corner, so I tried to arrange the whole perspective, but I don't really know how to adjust the brightness on a certain area of the picture and leave it unchanged in the rest. Ah, okay. So probably my last video helped you a lot with this kind of gradient on the adjustment layer to, like, just regionally change things in the picture. I like how the light looks on the picture, so that's very nice. On the building, sorry. The doors are a bit dark. It's almost black, so there's you don't see much detail. By the way, I'm seeing right now there's someone here. I didn't see that. Is there a person? Oh, there's a person. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay. Interesting. Well, good. So the shadows, all these areas, that is very dark. So maybe I understand, of course, like if you don't know how to address different regions differently, then you want to bring down the brightness of the main sculpture here, and the background turns dark too, and then that's a big problem, you know. So I can completely understand how that happens. But with my last video, I show, like, in Affinity Photo how you can, like, just address different regions, and that can be very helpful. You're welcome, Nigel. Happy to help. What does he say? Because he said it's nice to have. I'm not going through it. Oh, because of the book. I see. Ah, okay. Hi, Salsa from New Zealand. Thanks for joining. The cats are sitting around me, so they are very good. I hope you're well too. Okay, is there something else to say here? It's very nice. So it's a nice edit. It's just like the shadows are too dark, so you lose a lot of information in the shadows. But the rest, like the background here and stuff, is very nice. And of course, the tilting is like the building is now tilting to the other side. So you can use, like I said, guidelines to see if it's actually straight or not. That can be a big help to use that. Oh, wow. There's a... Wow. Okay. Agnes says winter look. Did you use the winter pack that I created with this kind of snowflakes in there? That would be interesting. It actually looks very winter-like. Interesting. It's maybe I would ask why it's black and white, but or maybe like it's like this apocalyptic, the world is completely frozen over kind of type of winter, maybe. I mean, of course, I understand that it should be cooler in winter. You have this more like blue lights in winter often, but maybe retain a little bit of color still, so you can. It's not complete black and white, although if this is the artistic thing you want to go for, like this bluish black and white look with this kind of winter theme, that's also okay. I'm not saying that you can't do that. But if it's just winter as a color picture, retain some of the color. And you could even play around with painting a mask to, like, for example, retain the color in some areas, but not in other areas, to make this area look like there is snow, for example, on top of these bushes and trees and stuff like that. And overexpose them so it looks a little bit like snow. That could work, maybe. I'm not sure about that. Yes, I did. For the, like, that is referring to the black and white look, I suppose. Hi, Grizzly. Grizzly Fingers. Okay, that's interesting. Cool username. Hi from Poland. But it looks pretty cool. I like the look. It's certainly something that stands out and is like very artistic from the approach. So that's pretty cool. Very nice. Ah, the winter pack. Yes, pretty cool. Yeah, very nice. Very snowy. I like it. Okay, cool. Again, by the way, if you go, let me show you again. You go to the channel, and this is like if you're new to my channel or anything like that, go here and then write free, and boom, you get a list of all the free stuff I have created over the last, I don't know how many months. I think 14 months or something. So there should be 14 free packs to download with some premium options also. But there's a lot of stuff you can download and play around with and see if you like it or not. You see all this kind of thing. Boom, boom, boom. Slideshow, macro pack, LUTs, all this kind of stuff. Landscape styles. There's a lot of stuff in there. All right. So thank you, Agnes. Pretty cool edit. Very artistic. Very nice atmosphere. Let's go. Oh, there's the next one that's very artistic. Oh, black and white look. Okay, pretty cool. From Jedrci. I don't know how to pronounce that. Jedrci? Is that how you would pronounce it? I'm not sure. Very old photo. It looks very old. That's pretty cool. What is the chance? Do you think Affinity Photo will get AI features for colorization in the future? Maybe. By the way, I would really suggest you use your smartphone sometimes for photo editing, because some apps can do amazing things and then output it in the same resolution. So you just load it to your phone, edit it there, and then load it back to your computer. Like, they have a lot of AI stuff, colorization of black and white pictures that works really great, and other stuff, and often free apps, you know, so that is pretty surprising. This is pretty cool. Very nice edit. And this, in this case, it also makes sense with the overexposure on the sculpture, because old photography, of course, yeah, more limited technologically. So that's, you would maybe, what would I say? I can't think of the English word. You would expect it. That's what I want to say. The only thing I don't like here is, like, you have these cracks here, but then the cracks themselves are transparent, so you can see the building and the photo behind that. So if they would be actually cracks, I would either make them completely dark, or maybe like mask that out and then put a texture behind that, so it looks more like paper or something else. So they actually look like cracks compared to just some soot that's sticking on the photograph, but somehow looks like a crack, you know. So maybe think about that. You can also, like, look up old pictures, see how these cracks look, or you can even mask out cracks from old pictures and put it on your picture as a mask. So that also might be working. So you have actual cracks on the picture. But the rest, the editing is pretty cool. I also like the texture of the paper you're using, and the kind of sepia tone that you have in there. So that's a pretty cool edit. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Jules. Jules says you can use the cracks with a little bevel and emboss to make it more 3D. So that could actually work. Or you can use drop shadows. Like if they're cut out, if it's just them, or if you use blend ranges on an image layer, not on a pixel layer, by the way. you can use inside shadows, outside shadows to simulate a little bit of a height difference, you know, and that can also work in a nice way. Or a 3D effect, also as a layer effect, can also make things look more like 3D, basically, yes. So there's a lot of ways to play around with that. Snapseed is really good, absolutely, yeah. I showed a friend yesterday. She was saying, hey, how can I make my pictures more pop? And I did like 2 clicks on Snapseed and boom, it was done. It was like super fast. And yeah, sometimes it's all you need. And then you just send the picture to yourself, or you upload it to Google Drive or somewhere else, your Dropbox or whatever, and download it again, and you have the picture in full resolution. So this is something completely different by Andreas. Just cutting out the sculpture and making it look like it's made from what is the English word for marmor? Is what is the English word for that? I can't remember. Marble. Yes, marble. It looks a little bit like marble, or maybe okay, I can't remember that either. Gibbs. No. How do you write Gibbs, by the way? No? I don't know how to write Gibbs. No? Gibbs. That's how you write it. So, Mit P? Ah, okay. Ah, all right. Cast? Gypsum? Gesso. Okay, interesting. Plaster? None of them sound like Gibbs. Okay, that's interesting. Gibbs is with P. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my brain again. Sometimes it's like, I remember the most absurd things, but then everyday things is like, boop, and I can't remember it. All right, so this is pretty interesting. It looks pretty cool on the black background. It looks like a presentation of that kind of sculpture that you would maybe put on a website or stuff to have it like presented just as that. That is pretty interesting. Very nice. Very different, of course, but I like the edit. It's still a bit overexposed, so maybe even, especially if it's black and white, you could maybe work more with the values to get more detail out of here. And maybe try out settings like clarity, stuff like that. And yeah, play around with levels and with curves and stuff like that to get these kind of values back to get more detail in here. That can be very helpful. Gibbs in your head? Yeah. Baby. Okay. So thank you, Andreas. That is very interesting and also very creative. Also, I like how if it's black and white, you really see more the material. Like this looks actually like it's like a soft fabric, if you know what I mean. So that's very nice. Also here, like this looks more like it's made from wood, not from metal. Very, very cool. Okay, let's go on. Oh, wow, there's so much creativity. Wow, should we do these challenges more often? It's like really amazing what the people came up with. This looks actually a bit spooky. Stevie did that. I decided to go for a nighttime look. There's a very bright full moon, which saves me having to do anything about the strong shadows. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Some people are working late on the top floor, while the floor below with the big windows is in use. Or isn't in use, I guess. Is it a function room, a ballroom? Ah, okay, interesting. Anyway, all the lights are on. I assume there's a stairwell over the entrance, which is why no lights are showing there. Oh, they have even included a story about the architecture. That's pretty interesting. All the lights are the old-fashioned incandescent type, and I've supposed the photo was taken on a daylight balanced film. Interesting. Okay. I really like the look of the sculpture, which in this case looks more like it's made from plastic. from like the first impression. And it's like the interesting thing is that the sculpture is completely different from the background. So it looks like it's cut out and set in front of the rest of the scene. It looks pretty cool. It doesn't really match the ambient light of the rest. So if you do this kind of changes, you want to match for example, you have this kind of ambient light on the building, which is a different kind of blue, and then on the sculpture, it could be under a very bright, like how would you say? What's with my English today? That's a spotlight, a very bright spotlight, you know. But I don't think so. In that case. Yeah, pretty interesting. I like these lights down here, although why do they go out like a light tower on the sea, you know, just in like straight lines instead of like a circle or something like that? But so the light, the shining is nice, that it looks actually bright, but the light aura around that is a bit strange, that it goes just in a line. And interestingly enough, down here you have a nice yellow light, but then here it's kind of this greenish yellow that looks more like a spooky, there's a ghost party going on in there. Not like actual light that would come from a window. Although I know it's kind of hard to get the right tone, and it's like not that easy to make it look realistic. But this is like, I would like, if you write here ghosts, I don't know, Ghost Stories Part 3 or something as like a cover for a TV show, I would believe that light here. But if it's like normal light, it's too kind of spooky green. Hey, Chef, how you doing? Thank you. Thanks for being here. That's pretty cool. The sculpture looks very sharp and clear. That's true, Oliver. Yeah, I agree. It looks like really pops out of the picture. Pretty cool. Ghostbusters. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. All right. Okay, so thank you very much, Stevie. Pretty cool edit. Let's go to the next one. Oh, interesting. Okay, there's a lot of artsy stuff going on here. This is very small again, so kind of hard to see what exactly is like. We can't see any sharpness here because of the low resolution, but I think what you wanted to do is to have this kind of tilt shift miniature effect. Like this looks like a toy sculpture, maybe, I guess. Otherwise, if you wanted to do it like it's like one of these prime lenses where the main subject is sharp and the background is blurred. I mean, I can't really say if this whole sculpture is sharp or not, because everything looks blurred right now to me. But it looks like there is sharpness in this area, like on a straight line in that area here. But the arm and the face is again blurred. So you wouldn't have that with this kind of lens. The main subject that is closer to the camera, all of that would be very sharp, and then the rest would be blurred. To have this kind of difference between the foreground and background. With a tilt shift effect, maybe. It's really hard to judge from the picture, but it's an interesting idea. The only bad thing is like with the resolution, I can't really say much about that. By the way, one thing that really bugs me is that bright area up here. I don't know why, but my eye is drawn to that point here. I look at it and it's always like, oh, there's why is this here? Why is that here? And this is like, by the way, this is something important to look out for if you edit your pictures. If you have these kind of lines or edges or something comes too close to the edge, it's very like interfering with our attention, and it always looks like it is problematic, you know. By the way, I think I might know what that is, because down here you also have this bright line. So I think you set a blur over all of the picture, and it also blurred the edges. And in Affinity Photo, then the edges get bright because they get transparent, basically. So what you have to do is in Affinity Photo, you have to click on Protect Alpha, and then the edges are protected, and only the content of that layer is blurred, but not the edges around that, you know. So also with the whole canvas, the edges stay they are blurred, but they are not fading out, if you know what I mean. All right, let's go on to the next picture. Thank you very much. Who was it? Will. Thank you very much for that. Maybe next time I need to have another like download service, because apparently some people had a problem downloading the picture from the Google Drive link. Okay, let's have a before and after look here. What happened? It looks wider for some reason. That's probably because it's just jumping to the left. Is there like... It's cooler from the colors, like the building has more like a little bit blue-green tint on that. Also the ground, you can see like here, it's a bluish green, not just the blue. But the rest is basically the same. Am I missing something? Thank you, Arichit, for posting the picture. Maybe you sharpened it. I think you sharpened it also a little bit. But it looks pretty much the same, other than maybe it's a bit brighter and the tint has changed over the picture. Did it also change on the sculpture, just on the building? Maybe on the sculpture too. Yeah, but the rest is pretty much the same. All these overexposed areas, stuff like that. So very minimal editing. I would like try to do more and bring back the values from the picture that don't look that nice here in the photo. Interesting. Okay, thank you very much, Arichit. How many more pictures? Okay, there's a way to go. Maybe we should go a bit faster. Okay, there's another artistic. Wow. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, nice. With the light leak on the side and this kind of vintage cutout. Is that from the analog pack that I created? Maybe one of these overlays. So that's pretty cool. Very nice. Oh, you even have some grunge here. You can see here this kind of texture. Let's put this on a different tab. Whoops, that's too big. So you can see here there's a bit of grunge texture. It's this one here. So that's very nice. By the way, this grunge is a little bit too even for my taste, I would say. Like, it really depends on what you want to do with that, of course. But you can see that this is probably, again, I can't remember the words. My brain is fried today. Concrete. It looks like a concrete wall that was used as a texture. You can even see here there's some kind of... Oh, no, it's not a concrete wall. It's like a... okay, I will just keep that tab open. Wall plaster. It's wall plaster because you can see here the plaster came off the wall. So maybe try something that's more irregular as a grunge overlay. But the rest is pretty cool. I also like this kind of light leak that's coming in here and the black and white effect. So all of that is pretty nice. Very interesting. What does the chat say? Let's have a quick look there. How can it be so big when I upload it? It is small. Really? No, it should actually... I don't think that Facebook is resizing that. Maybe it depends on the device. If you maybe upload it on an iPad, it's getting resized beforehand to save on bandwidth. But if you upload it on a computer, it should actually have original size. Maybe a bit smaller, but I don't think that Facebook is resizing the pictures anymore. Yeah. So try to... no, from a Mac, really? And it resizes it? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. But we haven't had that problem in past challenges either. Like the pictures were all kind of nice and big. So that's really interesting. What's the subject about? I'm just watching with no idea. Okay, the subject is that I gave people this photo that I took, and they had to edit it in any kind of way that they think is making it look better. So I said, like, edit it as nice as possible, and people like did a lot of different edits, which is very nice, very creative, a lot of different things I didn't even think about doing. By the way, thank you, Eileen. Really cool edit, really like it. Again, here in the face and stuff like that, there is still this kind of overexposure, so try to regionally reduce it in that area to get out the detail more. The reason also for that is, by the way, that because we are always interested in other people, the first thing we look at is faces when we see them in the picture. So the faces should always be like taken care of and look nice in the picture, because if they look overexposed, they're kind of the main subject. So that reflects on the rest of the picture. So think about it. Although, like I said before, this is a black and white picture. You can expect, like with old technology, that it didn't have this kind of range maybe, so you could expect that kind of thing, but that depends on what you want to do. I would try to at least get it a little bit better, bit more detail into that. Wait a second. Ah, there's Rushabh. What is this? You know, what? I don't understand that. So it says United States something here. I can't read that. Why is there this overlay on that? Did you want to create it as a like a stamp or like a bill? I'm not sure. Are you in the stream right now? How can I enter? Well, the challenge is already finished for this week, but I do one every week, so the next should be out tomorrow if I think about it. I hope I think about it. Okay. I'm not quite sure what the idea is of this. It has all this kind of, like, this looks maybe like an old negative film, maybe also like this kind of edge if you have a plastic bag, and it's like this pressed together to glue the edges together. So I'm confused what exactly the purpose is here. A postcard. But is a postcard doesn't have like this huge stamp over all of it in the middle. Like, I would understand if you have this kind of small stamp, rubber stamp somewhere at the side, and maybe put a stamp on that to have it. But then the stamp and the rubber stamp, like, boom, would be on the back side, not on the front of the postcard. Huh. Interesting. Rushabh, I tried to make an old stamp. Who? Okay. But why are these, what is this? I don't understand. Because this looks like a plastic edge from like if you have candy or something, you know, it has this kind of rippled edge. I mean, I know some countries don't have these kind of spikes on their what is called on their stamps, but it doesn't look like it's printed on paper though. So interesting. You have etched stamps with no spikes on them. That's interesting. Okay, interesting. Yeah. But like you could use this kind of, didn't I do something like where it looks like it's on paper? Let me go to my channel real quick. Paper. Yeah, I did this kind of tutorial, which is more like a sketch, but maybe, or this is also this kind of old photo effect where it looks like it's on paper, but you can also do it as a color photo. And then one of my last videos was this kind of, this one, rubber stamp effect, where you can then put this this effect on the picture, but more looking like an actual rubber stamp on the paper. And also combine this with the paper texture like you would have with this picture here. You can see there's this kind of paper texture in the background, so it looks like it's an actual paper photo. So that can also be nice. So to try to combine these three different techniques to see if you can make it as a rubber stamp. And I would still go with the spiky edges because it gives you more like a visual hint that this is actually a stamp. And maybe put it as a stamp on a bigger paper, so it's maybe a little bit sideways, and you can see the actual paper that it is glued to with a little bit of shadow on the stamp side. So you get the idea that, oh, okay, this is a stamp that's small. It's not like a huge postcard. Because right now this looks like I'm looking through a glass with this kind of seal printed on the glass, like I'm looking through a window outside on the place there. So that's a bit confusing. Interesting. Okay, but still, thank you for sending it in. Okay. Wow, all right. This is very intense from the color. Peter sent that. Sharpened the building, straightened, masked white houses fast and rough in the upper right and darkened with one of Olivio's gradients. Played with colors, cut it to my right size, added a tiny vignette. Okay, interesting. It's nice, but I think like the colors are really extreme, especially like, I mean, for the background, I can see that, and you can really like have these kind of color, like candy popping colors in pictures is very like in style on some pages. So that can work. But here on the green, it's more like atomic green, I would say. It's a really extreme green, so maybe work on that. Sometimes it's more like the taste of the color, you know, like the kind of green you're getting out of the picture. It can sometimes be way too much just from the green tone, because the green tone is too aggressive or too screeching, and then you have another green tone that is just as popping from the color, but it's another green tone that is like softer and more nice to look at, and then it works better together. Like you have this kind of soft violet in the background. It looks like a nice and cozy, and it's nice also with this kind of orange tone that you have in the reflections of the window, and then the foreground has this kind of very aggressive atomic green that is too much in comparison to the background. So maybe try to adapt that the green tone to get that also as nice and cozy as the background is. The vignette here on the right side, I'm not sure if, I think it looks a little bit like you first created the vignette and then you cropped the picture afterwards, because you have this vignette here. It goes up here on the right side. You see, like here is the bend of the vignette, but not on the other side, you know? So it looks like you applied the vignettes, and the software tries to figure out what the ratio is of the picture, and then afterwards you crop it so half of the vignette is kind of missing on the other side, which makes it look a little bit strange. And also a vignette is often used to bring more center focus in the picture, so you don't look too much on the sides. And if half of it's missing, it's a bit strange from the effect. I can also understand if you maybe use it to make the background darker, but if you like here, if you have these brighter areas and you make them artificially darker, so the eye like sees that it wouldn't be like that compared to the rest of the picture, it just looks like there is some darker paint over that area. It doesn't look like it's actually darker as it would be with the eyes when you see it. So that can be a very kind of strange effect. Kind of, it looks a bit posterized. If you look at this kind of posterized, or is it posterized or polarized? This kind of effect you have in Affinity Photo. That makes it look like this a little bit. So it looks a little bit unnatural. Yeah, so think about that. I like the idea. It's just like some things need to be adjusted a little bit more. Okay, pretty nice. Thank you very much, Peter. Let's go to the next picture. How many more do we have? Oh my God, so much stuff this week. How long have we gone? Let's take some more pictures. I don't like to make it too long, or maybe go a little bit quicker. Oh, wow. Hey, there's so many creative stuff going on. That is amazing. So this is like a really like thunderstorm, raining cats and dogs kind of rain. Is that term still used, raining cats and dogs? I learned that, I think, like, I don't know, maybe 25 years ago in school. In English lesson, we learned raining cats and dogs. I remember from back then. I'm not sure if anybody uses that, or if it's just like a school book thing that nobody ever says. There we go. Northern Germany at the moment. You have just rain, really? Well, for us, it's like either it's super hot, like you think you're somewhere in Thailand or something, like you can cut the air. That kind of hot, and then it's raining really hard. So it's kind of, you can decide if you want to get super wet or super hot. But it's really nice. It's a very nice effect. Also with this kind of fog up here, that's pretty nice. Pretty cool. The only thing I find a bit strange is that you have the fog up here and then also down here for some reason. Like this looks a little bit like it's fog and cloudy and stuff like, and then it's clearing up, and then down here you have it again. A little bit like you would look through a hole in between clouds in the sky down to the ground, but the drone is not that high. So yeah, but it's very nice. I really like the rain effect, stuff like that is pretty cool. By the way, did you use my tutorial about rain for that one, or is it like a rain like you created on your own, or it's like a rain texture from the internet that you applied to that? It looks very good. And I also like these huge drops and how they are blurred. Very cool effect. Okay, thank you very much, Oliver. Let's go to the next one. Oh, wow, what's going on here? Sunset atmosphere. That is the atomic sunset, the last you will ever see. This is a bit extreme, I would say. I can understand what you tried to do, but the red is like sunset on Mars, maybe? For Earth, it's very red. It's very, this kind of rusty red, like the Mars rust red kind of, too much. It's nice as an artistic style. I wouldn't look at that and think it's a sunset. I would more look at it like it's an artistic discoloration kind of style that still looks interesting. And it's nice that you have this kind of, it's kind of, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but this is working out. It's creating a little bit more of a story, like everything is very dark. And then you have these brighter parts here, including the arm that is pointing to something. So this looks like, okay, there is some reason why I want to look at that kind of direction, why the picture is pointing out this kind of gesture that is going towards something, you know? So this is a very nice kind of storytelling way to build the picture, to have the eye follow a certain direction and to point out certain areas in the picture. Not sure if that was intentional here, but yeah, it's pretty nice. But for sunset, way too much rusty red. Matteo says, any idea to organize your photos on a Mac? Yeah, we can talk about that in a minute. Let me do some more of the pictures, then I can talk about that. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Adamski, for the picture. George has the next one. Ah, okay, very clean. I kept it somewhat natural. Yes, you did. Let's have a look here. Oh, so you sharpened it. That's nice. And adjusted. Oh, you sharpened it quite a lot. That's pretty nice. The original is pretty blurry, my picture. Interesting. But then, like, you didn't do much more adjustment. Maybe like a little bit of contrast here. So that's nice. Did you change the perspective to make it more straight? It's so like this. Let's open this up here in a separate. Let's set this to 100%. And can I set this to 100% too? No. Zoom out here a little bit. Ah, no. So the perspective is the same, but it's sharpened. Oh, I closed it. Okay. Reopen. There we go. So it's mainly sharpening, I would say. Oh, you cropped in a little bit. Like you see, like here I have this kind of pole for the light, and here it's gone. So it's interesting. Okay. Not on the other side, though, I think. Okay, pretty cool. Down here also a little bit, so it's cropped it below and on the right side a little bit. Pretty nice, very nice. Very, like, just a hint, a touch of editing, but it's pretty cool. I like how you sharpened it, details. It's very, very nice. Okay, cool. Thank you, George. Let's go to the next one. Boom. What is going on here? Ingo says, my editing work for the challenge. Okay. Okay, I understand. So the sculpture is actually, like I said before, it's like a story thing. She's pointing at something with her hands. And then, in this case, she's pointing to this scene, which is highlighted from the rest. Also cut out and corrected, maybe, from the perspective. Yes, it is. You see, like here it's leaning to the right, and here they are pretty much straight. Still leaning a little bit to the right, but it's much straighter. And so they are like it's hovering there like a screen or something. And the rest is blurred in the background. So it's actually pretty nice. It's a pretty good idea also. Like you could do that in a for example, tourist guide or something, more like of a playful thing of what you can see at that place. That is actually a pretty nice idea. Very cool. Good. Huh. How to say, the mask didn't work 100% down here. You can see, and also these edges here. Maybe did you do it like with the selection brush in Affinity Photo, because it has this kind of tendency to get these kind of blurred edges, and then you have to like I create it as a mask and then use the brush to rework that to make it nice and smooth and like follow the actual edge to get that in there. The hand though is pretty nice, so that's pretty cool. Okay, thank you very much for that. Very nice creative edit. I really like it. Also the difference between the background and the foreground. The background is a bit bright, but if you want to differentiate it from the background, I can understand why it's brighter. All right. Next one is from Joshua. Thank you very much. Oh, this is another one of the like we had in the beginning, but this one has less grain in it, but also like more this kind of edgy, high contrast editing. Which is nice. Again, I would like to prefer like on the sculpture to bring out more of the details and reduce the overexposure a little bit. But on the building, it works pretty nice. It's really very nice. You could maybe think to reduce this kind of harder high contrast editing on the ground, so all these kind of patches don't stand out that much. But on the building, it's really cool. Okay, thank you, Joshua. I'm going a little bit faster now, so we can go and do the comparison. How many? Oh, we have some more, not that many more. What was the last one? This one. Was it? Wait. No. George. Wait a second. Didn't Ingo already post something? I thought I said Ingo before. Oh, that's good, George. Ingo, there's one. And oh, that's the same one. Okay, sorry. I'm confused again. So this is the one. This is what we just looked at. So this is from Colin. Aha. So you only cut out that kind of area. Tight crop, perspective adjustment, levels, and some secret sauce magic. Okay, interesting. Very nice. Again, it looks like it's leaning a little bit to a side. So it's not completely straight. Let's copy this over real quick. Copy, let's go to Affinity Photo real quick. And then, so to show you what I mean with the guidelines. File, new from clipboard. So you can, like, if you have this ruler here, as you can see, if you don't see it, go to view. And then I suppose, no, you have to go here to show ruler. You see here, this one, or Control R on your keyboard. And then you click here and drag, and you can drag out these guidelines. And they will tell you if it's like completely straight or not. So you can pull out as many as you want. You don't have to have like super many, but like just to give you a certain idea of different parts of the image. Also, you can pull it out like horizontal like this. And then you can zoom in, for example. You can see, okay, this is following the line. I'm not sure if you can see the line here. It's very thin. And then down here, we have the line down here, and you can see how this is going a little bit to the side here. And then you can use your perspective tool to try to adjust that. Let's use the can we use the perspective tool here? Yeah, we should be able to. Perspective tool, single plane. It converted it to pixel. That's okay. And you can now drag this out and try to hold Alt to unlink it from the snapping so it isn't in the way. I'm just like doing it a little bit here. Let's just bring these closer to the line. And of course, if you edit something on the left side, then it's also changing on the right side a little bit again. So you have to look out for that too. Not sure if I'm doing a great job right now. So let's see. I should have, let's copy this in again. There we go. Okay, good. Is my one better or worse? I can't decide right now. So this is my version? No, this is the version you did. This is my version. I think mine is even worse. That's a perfect presentation. Okay, awesome. This looks actually pretty straight. It's not super straight, but it looks more straight than my one. Okay, so yeah. But the main idea here is that you can use these guidelines to see if it's actually straight or not, and put them at the important parts to see, like for example, this line, if it follows the if it's actually straight or not. So you can see here, for example, this one is not straight. You can see here it's on the line, and here over there it's below the line. So that's also a problem. You can then adjust. In my picture, that is. Yeah, I'm probably making it worse now. How does it look up here? Looks actually pretty good. Also, these are a little bit bent, so that's a bit of a problem. It looks actually straight. This is like, it's kind of hard to see here. Maybe I should have used other lines than these bendy lines. There is a straight line here that you could maybe use. Also, this is now, can I drag out one? No. Let's see. And you can see this is now following the line, so that is right. But this one down here is not so much. Let's see that before. We can hide the guidelines real quick. Hide the guidelines, so we have just the picture. So let's see. This is the before, and this is the after. So now it's straighter. Now I would say my version is a bit better. You can see, so this is leaning a little bit to the left, and this is more straight now. You can see the difference? It's just slight difference, but you can still notice it. And the guidelines really help to get it exactly correct. You can play around with that some more, but you can see like how helpful that is to get that in there. Not sure if I did a super duper job, but just like as a presentation. All right, let's go back to the photos because we want to do the comparison of the software. I'm really looking forward to that. So thank you, Colin. Pretty cool, very nice. A bit overexposed, I would say. Like here with the details, you can try to work them out a little bit more. Also, this kind of, especially this kind of the different colors in the column, the different stone colors are actually very nice and make basically the, how I say, the feeling of this kind of classic building. And here they are a little bit hidden in the overexposure. So try to work on that maybe a little bit. So it is nice idea. Okay, let's go on. How many more do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Okay, let's go. Hugo, here's my editing of the picture. I hope it's no problem that I'm using Luminar to edit this photo and not Affinity Photo. Okay, and here's explaining what he's doing. I'm not going to read all of that. So this is used with Luminar, which is really nice. And by the way, here you can see a classic problem that I'm having with Luminar. Is one of the points that I don't like about the software is that it's so very easy to get colors to be too extreme. Like the editing looks pretty cool, especially in these areas, but what Luminar has a big problem with is green tones. It also had these problems in older versions, but you can see here, like this is, again, this kind of atomic green. And also down here at the side of the arm, it's a bit too extreme, too much. You can like counteract that by reducing the green inside of the software, but you have to remember to do that. Oh, this is a pretty high resolution picture, also pretty cool. Okay, very nice. But it's a nice edit, and Luminar I found is like really, you can do really quick, nice edits that are probably very good also for social media, like Instagram, stuff like that, where you need these kind of popping colors. But it can sometimes be a little bit too much. But other than that, it's a pretty nice edit, I would say. Also here, down here, you can see like these colors. That's pretty nice. Over here, maybe it's a bit too overexposed in these areas. And then you have this part here, which is super atomic for some reason suddenly. Let's zoom in here again. Whoops. You can see like this part here, suddenly, boop, you have this very bright extreme color. And that's a Luminar thing. So this is one thing where I would say, it's a bit strange. But we will look at that, what you can do against that. But it's a pretty cool edit. Thank you very much, Hugo. Also, the right side here is very nice. The building is still overexposed, but that's probably because like there wasn't much information left, but the sky looks really nice. So that's pretty cool. And also the pictures here, the buildings in the background. Okay, let's go to Sibi. Oh, nice. Okay. Black and white picture. A little bit of glow on there, like you can see with the flag. There's a little bit of this kind of glamour glow on there. So that's nice. This is like super dark, so there is too much darkness in that area. So all of the details are lost here. But the face and the arm and stuff, that's very nice. By the way, it's really interesting that none of the edits try to paint in some color here to make this darker, to give it more like this original kind of value, to try to copy it from over here to here, stuff like that. So that's pretty interesting. That might be an interesting tutorial. Let me write that down. Fix over exposed areas. Okay. Good. So I've noted that down. The rest is pretty nice. I really like the rest of the black and white edit. Just all these kind of green areas are too dark. If you're in Affinity Photo and you use the black and white adjustment, you have levers for each color. So just make the green one a little bit brighter, and maybe also the yellow one, because plants are often green and yellow at the same time. So push them up a little bit, and then you get these areas a lot brighter inside of a black and white picture, because black and white really gives you a huge range of what should be dark, what should be bright, completely independent of what it looks in the original picture, only dependent on the color. So that's pretty interesting that you can do that with black and white pictures. What's the time? Okay, wow. Oh, wait, is this? Wow. What's going on here? Okay, so this is by Marcy. Queen of the Light. I had an idea to make Maria Teresa look like she's come alive and was walking up to the others or something, by tuning them to gold as you do. Flesh tones from bronze and a heart though. So she looks more like a Dresden doll. Oh, nice. You know the Dresden dolls. I really like the book of her. What's her name? Amanda Palmers. I like her book, The Art of Asking. It's a really, really great book. Lots of fun playing around with recolor adjustments and get the colors I wanted, or at least close to them. That is really interesting, really nice. The yellow, again, like yellow seems to be a pretty difficult color to get right. Like down here, again, there's kind of this yellow greenish kind of tone. That's a bit spooky and a bit like it looks golden. But not like, I mean, the problem with gold is that gold is not a color. Gold is an optical effect that you see from the different kind of how it reflects light and all these kind of things that are going on inside of when you look at gold. So it's not just one color, and that makes it, of course, hard to give things a golden color. I really like how you recolor. That's pretty amazing. I would rather say, rather than alive, I think it looks like one of these porcelain sculptures that were like famous. I don't know. I mean, they're still famous in some parts of society, but I think they were generally more famous like maybe 40 years ago or something like that. Everybody had to have one of these hand-painted porcelain sculptures, and they had this kind of color, like more extreme popping colors on there. Very nice, really creative also. I really like how that turned out, and she really looks to me like a porcelain sculpture. Very, very cool. I really like that. Okay, cool. Thank you, Marcy, for posting that. Very creative. Again, like the dark areas are a bit too dark, but maybe they don't matter too much in this case because you want to have the attention on the main sculpture. So it's okay to take the attention away by making other areas darker than they should be, so you don't look there. So that's okay. Let's go on to the next one. Yvette. Okay. This is like an old Amiga graphic. Is it? Is that the idea? Lots of fun with this lady? Or like, I don't know what exactly is going on here. Is that the art style? Like a old school, like low bit graphic? Or is it like an upload error? I don't think it's from the upload error, right? This looks like a graphic from an old computer game where they didn't have too many colors in there, and then as a reduced values, you have this kind of step effects of the just not having enough colors in the picture, and this is extremely overexposed here. But like as a retro look, that could work maybe. I would still make the picture darker and have green values in here rather than have it completely overexposed. But it's like this old gaming graphic retro look on the building that looks actually pretty nice. I'm not sure if that's what you were going for. Switch with my stylus button from brush to eraser. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm not sure. I didn't follow that discussion. Well, we can look at that later. Okay. Thank you very much, Yvette. A pretty interesting creative style. Oh, there's another black and white picture. Wow, this turned out pretty well. From Willem. Old style photo with an edge around it. So, yeah, everything there you would need in what you would want. Also, this kind of overexposed edges, which is like a inverted vignette. So, I don't know if Affinity Photo does that, by the way. But some software, like also in Lightroom and in Luminar and stuff like that, you can do a positive vignette that makes it brighter or a negative one that makes it darker. And the brighter one for these kind of old old black and white pictures can be very nice because it makes the picture look faded at the edges. So that's pretty interesting. Very nice style and very it looks actually like a paper picture. You could try to add like a soft paper texture to it to make it even more paper-like, but I really like the look and the editing. So that's pretty cool. Thank you very much for that. And by the way, to have a bit self-advertisement, let's edit and alt here. I did a tutorial about that too. You can see here. I think I did even several tutorials about that. I'm not sure. But I did at least this one. It's called Old Photo Look Tutorial if you search on Facebook. Didn't get too many views, to be honest. 2.6 thousand. That's not that many. Okay. Thank you very much, Willem. Pretty cool. Ah, there's another one. Boom. Okay. Oh, okay. I I noticed these spots here. That's from my Analog Dreams pack. So pretty cool. I would like fade them more, like use a blend mode to put them into the picture because right now they are just like placed on top of it. So blend them more so they look actually like how can I say defects on the picture or degrading of the picture. So that's pretty nice. So try to bring them these different, like the elements are all there, but you need to blend them a little bit more. Also with these kind of edges here, the cracks, sorry, and the green you have on the picture, which is very nice. You have this kind of, I think what you went for is like you have an old black and white picture, but then it's kind of recolored again. So you have these kind of hand painted in look, maybe even you paint it in by hand. It could actually be. Ron, by the way, thank you, Ron, for posting the picture. I decided to make this an analog style photo. I wanted to keep this statue as the main focus, but still lighten the background a little. Thanks for your tutorial, Pax. Yes, absolutely. You're welcome. So this area looks pretty great, and also this area, but then the effects are a bit too strong, which basically, don't worry about that. That's normal. Like when you start out with things, it's often that we do things too intense because they stand out more to us if we overdo them, and it looks at that moment normal to us, and then over time with experience you realize that you need to blend them a little bit softer and rather tone it down, do less of it, and then it actually looks better than before, because it fits better together. It looks more organic. So I would do that with the elements you added here, like these dirt spots here, and also with the vignette that's very intense. So if you reduce that and make it softer, it looks better afterwards, and you see it even more because it looks more natural and comes better together. So with most effects, you want to try to, how can I say, make them so, no, realistic is not the right word. They are authentic. You make them so authentic that they blend with the picture in a way that you know they are there. You can see that, but they feel so natural that you don't feel that it's editing. That's a very bad explanation. Just like do it a little bit less and see if it looks better, and try different blend modes also, especially with these spots here. All right, and this is the last one here by Antonio. My brother is also called Antonio, by the way. Okay, very nice. So this is more like a faded pastel color look. The background is black and white, and we have a little bit of color in the main sculpture, and also the pedestal the main sculpture is on. So that's pretty interesting. And it's also a nice kind of style. And this, in this case, also, this is like I said, it's a bit more faded. And it doesn't it's not like the background is super black and white and the foreground with the sculpture is extremely colorful. It's coming closer together, and then it fades a little bit better together, and it feels more real and more organic. So that's actually pretty nice in this picture. Like this kind of is going into the direction of what I was saying before. What did you say, by the way? Done Affinity Photo for iPad are really more difficult than on PC. Okay, that's interesting. But also possible. I decided to try it out this time to do some work. Okay. Pencil. Okay. So you made the mask with the pencil to adjust different areas differently. A lot more practice. Yeah, that's always the thing. Like, it's always the exercise, the practice to get things to be easy and more natural, and that you know when to do what. That's part of every process. Yeah, I haven't done any for iPad. Yeah. That's true. Okay, so we are done with the pictures. Thank you very much for everyone for posting lots of pictures. And now we go to the comparison of the software. By the way, do people want to join? Because there's like 11 notifications right now. 3 people want to join. Okay, that's cool. There you go. Let's add them. Approve all. Boom. Okay, you're in. By the way, let me really quickly eat a little bit, and then we do the review. 1 second, I turn off the sound. All right, back again. Good. Sorry, I was thinking, like, should I eat something before I start the stream? And of course, I forgot that the stream is really long, so I didn't eat something, and now I'm super hungry. All right. By the way, I have to change this. It still says 9 p.m., which is not true. And yeah, anyways. Okay. Let's have a look. We already know Affinity Photo, so I would say let's start maybe with Luminar first. By the way, let me switch over here real quick. Where's the talk view? Boom. So I switch over to this, and I can open the software. I think I will close the other one so we don't have too many things open and slowing down my computer. Let's go like this, and then we open up Luminar. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I always have to change the screen resolution. Is it like... okay, I thought we were dropping frames, but... So there we go. This is another picture I took with the drone flying around. And we can look at the different functions. So by the way, in Luminar, so this is Luminar, by the way. And in Luminar, the interesting thing is that you have, you can edit, you can add folders, and you can add single images, which is very nice, that you don't have to have this both at the same time. You don't have to import them into the catalog or something. You can have a catalog to organize your pictures. You can edit like a full folder of pictures, but you can also edit just a single picture if you want to. And that is pretty cool. The only thing that's pretty hard to find and that I didn't figure out, so you really need to help me right now with this kind of comparison. How do I get back to the catalog view? I don't know that right now. Down here you have these kind of looks, and I had my photos down here before, but now it's not here. So, and if you go to view, you have the sidebar. There is like show library. No, wait, now it's gone. Ah, no, this is like, oh, all photos. Ah, okay, now. But now it's here on the side. I would rather have it down here, like usually. Because this is, I mean, this is nice, but not exactly what I was looking for. That's a bit strange. And there you have the single edits. And, oh, by the way, if we, let's start this out with another picture, not this one, but no, I don't want to add a folder. I want to add a single image. I want to show you this. There's a portrait here. So let's hide this down here. Looks panel, let's remove that and let's zoom in a little bit. So we have this guy. This is not one of my pictures. I downloaded it, I think, from Unsplash or something like that. Unsplash or Pixabay. Hide looks. Yeah, there we go. But how do I have the library down here instead of here on the side? Can I resize that, by the way? There's a lot of things I don't know yet. I just downloaded this like 2 days ago. But up here you have library, you have edits, you have info. What is info, by the way? Oh, there should be the EXIF data here, I guess. So with edit, you have these different things here. Like you have layers, you can have a canvas, which gives you tools to like remove things from the picture, stuff like that. Then you have this channel, like essential adjustments. You have creative adjustments, for example, sky replacement, and you have portrait mode. So I want to look at portrait mode. Let me move the, on the upper right, you have the grid view, if that is what you are looking for. No, but yeah, I know there is this kind of grid view, but how do I have this thing where you have this list of pictures, but down here, not on the side? I've seen it down here in the beginning, and then I went into single photo edit and I don't see it anymore. Dark table. No, I've never tried dark table. Jason. Don't. So now the cool thing is, and that's really important about Luminar, I think this is like the most important thing about that is, you have here, 1 second, there, portrait, and you have these kind of AI things. And now look at the face. Let's make this a little bit bigger here. And so let's go for skin enhancer. And there is AI skin defect removal. So I click on this, it calculates, and boom. Did you see that? This is the before. Let's have the before and after. You can see like some imperfections, like you see here, this one, this one down here, and it's gone. Boom, with one click. That's pretty impressive. It doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't work all of the time. Like, for example, you can see down here in this area, it makes a bit of a mistake. You can see here, it's like trying to fill the shadow. That's not good. But the rest of it, and here it kind of, where's this coming from? 1 second. So you see this point here, it's removing that, but then it brings in another one. And also it keeps, for some reason, it keeps some of them in there. For example, this one here, this is kept. I don't know why. This is removed, but this is kept for some reason. And also this is removed, but this is kept. They look basically the same, but the AI says, well, this one yes and this one no. By the way, you also have amount here, and you can have shine removal, which is nice, like shiny guys like me with my oily skin. Especially with these lights on it, I look like I'm super shiny. And also when you're sweating, stuff like that, you can remove that. Maybe, I hope so. Let's go for amount. Does it do something different? Ah, no, it makes the skin softer. Ah, okay. So you can see like it has all this kind of oh god. Sommersprossen. Freckles. There's a bit of freckles here on the skin, so let's make this amount like 100. And you can see there's some freckling going on here, and then it's removed. It looks super soft, so maybe you don't want to have that. Also here now it has removed a lot more on this side. It really depends on what you want to do and what you like, what's the purpose of the picture. I think it also added like a little bit of this glamour glow. So that is something that can be nice. It doesn't, the good thing is it doesn't look super unnatural or something. Like sometimes for some, like if you see some tutorials on YouTube or something, they do it like super extreme. They remove every kind of freckle and pimple and what's that again? Yeah, freckle. What's the fun? Wrinkle. Freckle, wrinkle, pimple. There we have. That's the word I'm looking for. And then it looks super unnatural, but this looks actually still pretty natural. So I would say it's pretty amazing, especially for one click. You know, that's the main thing. You want to save time, depending on if you have the time or not, of course. Let's turn this off again. Let's go for the next one. You have the portrait enhancer. Now look here. Like you have face light, and then you have red eye removal, eye whitening, eye enhancer, dark circle removal, slim face 2.0, enlarge eyes, improve eyebrows, lip saturation, lip redness, lip darkening, teeth whitening. We don't have teeth here. I'm not sure if I have a picture for teeth, but so let's check these out. Drop down menu at the bottom left hand side. Drop down menu, edit mask. Okay, so now you have to help me, because now, let's look at this edit mask, and I click on this brush, for example, and now if I do something, this is the problem I had also with sky replacement. If I now paint this on, it removes all of the rest of the mask. Let's do this. You see? Now everything is back, and I just have like painted here a mask, and the rest is gone. How do I just like say, okay, in this area, make it a little bit better, but keep the rest? I don't know how that works. I'm kind of confused. It doesn't really, like, what is here? Invert, fill, clear, copy, show mask, density, feather. But I want to edit the mask I already have, and I can't really find a way to do that. And now I have this mask here, so let's undo that. Is it now? Let's bring this in again. So now it's like before. So this is something I haven't figured out yet. But let's go to this one here. So let's zoom out a little bit. And now if I go with face light, sorry, you can see if I move this, it only changes the face light. And this is also pretty cool. It doesn't change the body. It doesn't change the hair. It really, it understands where the face is and changes the brightness of the face. I mean, the face is already lit very nicely, but this is a nice feature to have. And also, if you look at it, it doesn't like just make the face brighter. It makes the skin brighter, but tries to keep the rest like the same. The eyes and the stuff get also a bit brighter, but not like in the same way as the skin is getting brighter. So I'm pretty impressed by that you can do that in just with these kind of AI things. What else do we have? We don't have red eyes here. Eye whitening. You can see again, this is understanding where the white is of the eyes, and you can make that brighter. You don't have to paint in a mask or anything. It does it for you. That is really impressive to have that, and very time saving. So like, if you edit this with Affinity Photo or another program, you can do some stuff here, save time, then go over to Affinity Photo and do the rest of your editing. And that's kind of nice, where I would say, like, this is the way I use tools. I use the tools where they work for me and then not the rest of that. So I'm not in the way of saying, you can only use Affinity Photo, but you can't touch this and that because other companies or whatever. If there is something in there and it works great and it saves a lot of time, just use that function. And you have, of course, you have to think about money-wise. Do I save enough time so it's worth the money? Or maybe some people also say, I enjoy doing it by hand. It looks better doing it by hand. Well, that's also good if you can do that and if you have the time, stuff like that. But if you say like the software costs, let's say $80, and I use it just for the eye whitening, but I save $1,000 with the time I would invest on doing it on hundreds of pictures, that might be worth it, you know? So in that case, like, think about these kind of things. Okay, so also we have the eye enhancer. Again, see, just the eyes, nothing else, not the lips, not the nose, not the hair, just the eyes. That is pretty interesting. That the AI and the software defines this kind of area and says, okay, we can do that. And of course, you can overdo it. You have to see what you want to do with that. Chairmont says, I don't like the skin defect removal. It sometimes does some strange edits. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, like I said, like it does some strange things with the... It removes stuff that shouldn't remove sometimes. You can also do it with hand in Luminar if you want to. And I still have to figure out, like, if this works, if you apply that, and then I can just fix these areas. So I return them to normal and keep the rest. That would be great, but I could not figure out how to edit the mask. It says edit the mask, but then if I edit, it resets the mask. So if you know that, please tell me. I really want to know that. And that would be, then it would be perfect, I would say. Let's look at this. Dark circle removal, which, like here, if you look at the picture, you would say, well, not that many dark like circles, so should we really, do we need that? And then you push this up and you're like, oh, this is what's happening here. You see, like under the eyes, these shadows here, those are the dark circles here. And then you pull this up and it makes this brighter and it makes it softer. And of course, it also makes the skin and the face look more relaxed and younger. You know, like you don't want to look like you have spent all night playing video games. You want to look like, okay, fresh, sporty, relaxed guy kind of look. So this can be very helpful. And this is also what I like about other software. If you look at that, even if you just download the trial software, you test it out, you don't buy it, but you learn some things about photo editing where you think, okay, this is actually a good idea because they put it in there and now you know that this is a factor that you can do with your own photo editing. So that's pretty nice. This is also why I did this kind of, can you edit in Affinity Photo like in Lightroom? Because the workflow you get from a different software gives you a different approach on how you would edit something. And of course, this influences not only your result, but also your artistic style. So to try out different kind of tools and what they do and how they approach photo editing can give you a really new perspective on what you can do or what you maybe should do with pictures. So that's pretty interesting to think about these things, and you can get this kind of information by just testing out different software. Then we also have, what is the chat saying, by the way? Could you work between Affinity Photo and Luminar in the same way as we work between Lightroom and Photoshop? Depends on what you mean as work between. Like, of course, you can edit it here, then export it, and then open it in Affinity Photo and edit it more there. So that's possible. But I don't think you can have an Affinity Photo file with all the layers, and then maybe that works. I haven't tried that yet. I'm not sure if Luminar can read Affinity Photo files with all the layers and apply this editing in a non-destructive way. But then how would you get it back to Affinity Photo? You can use it as a plugin, but I think even as a plugin, it would render it. So it's destructive when you save it to the layer, and you can't go back on that. Because I wouldn't know how to keep both at the same time. This is, for example, something where Adobe, again, is really great because you have this huge environment of Lightroom and Photoshop and Illustrator and After Effects and Premiere and what is the web software called? Dream something? I don't know. Dreamweb or something? I can't remember. And all the files can be the same. So you can use a Photoshop file in After Effects and in Illustrator at the same time, and you can make a change. And when you save the change with all the layers, the changes are then also applied in After Effects at the same time for your video editing, for example. And that really saves a lot of time instead of importing, exporting, which also degrades the file if you do it 100 times or something like that. So that can be really interesting if you need that kind of workflow. If you don't, that doesn't matter at all. Dreamweaver, yes, Dreamweaver. Yeah. Dynamic link. Interesting. Okay. Let's look at Slim Face. Slim Face. There you go. I don't think that is super helpful for this guy. I mean, you want to maybe do it just a little bit to have the face slimmer. There is like, there's also like a little bit of psychology behind that. Like if you have a longer face, a slimmer face, you appear smarter in your photos. So that can actually help. Like if you do advertisement or other kind of things, or how to say, also for your like work photos that you show as pictures, it sometimes can look like, for example, there is like this general psychology in society that if people are taller and they look like they look nicer, they are more beautiful, that you expect from them to be more successful and smarter and more active. They have more energy. It's like what you project on them from your mind, and this in turn then makes these people more successful. So there's also research about that these people have a bigger chance to get a promotion, for example. So this is also the reason why you don't see the opposite of that often in a higher up position, because we are influenced by that, you know. So that's really interesting. And of course, this also takes into account plays into how we edit our own photos or how we represent ourselves. This is also kind of a loop that's going on, pretty strange loop. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's actually not a good thing, but it's happening. So your customers might say, hey, I want to look like that because I want to get successful in my job, so make me look like that, you know. So if that's the requirement, you need to know how to do that if that's your job. I don't know. If it's not, it doesn't matter. You don't need it. That's actually true. Like Hans says, you can do all of these things in Affinity Photo. That's important to know. Like this is basically, you can say this about almost any plugin or other software. If you know how to do it, you can do it with Affinity Photo or in another software, photo editing software. The problem is, do you know how to do that? That's the big question. And do you know how to do it in the right way? For example, if you go for NIK Collection, you have these kind of analog looks and like simulations of old negative film and stuff like that, or like a really nice classic old school vignette that looks actually like with the old cameras. How would you know how that looks? That's the big thing of why you would use certain plugins. And also certain plugins have different styles. So for example, if you compare Lightroom, we will do that in a second. If you compare Lightroom to NIK Collection, they have completely different looks. And a Lightroom picture has a certain aesthetic and a NIK Collection photo has a different aesthetic, and they don't really compare, and they have their very own quality, and this also influences your artistic style and influences the artistic style overall. Like if you look at the photos that have been published before and after Lightroom, you will see that a certain kind of color feeling has spread throughout of like photography in most kind of magazines and websites and stuff like that, especially for example with sunset pictures, this kind of like soft violet that you have in the sky, stuff like that. That's the Lightroom look. Let's have a bit more look at this, and then we can switch over to some other features I want to show you. You can enlarge eyes. This also, again, psychology, it's probably more important for female portraits because larger eyes look more attractive, and some people want to have that in their pictures. So for this guy, probably you don't need bigger eyes. Sometimes it helps, maybe, I don't know. You can improve eyebrows. I think like they get more contrasty. You see, like they are more prominent. It doesn't add hair or something. It just makes contrast. And so, like again, you can do that in Affinity Photo too. You just make a mask here, and then you make it higher contrast, and that's that. But here it's like it's just one thing. You just move this over, and then, like, if you're paid by the hour in your job and you do this photo editing and you save, I don't know, let's say 1,000 hours per year, that is a lot of money that you save by not doing this per hand. So this is like more like a how much is your time worth kind of thing. You can also do that by hand. By the way, here we have lip saturation, and you can also have lip redness. You can go like full lipstick look if you want to, but usually you should use that very lightly to just bring a bit more color into that, which again, psychology, looks younger, it looks healthier, it looks more sexy. If you have like these kind of pink lips, probably also more for a female portrait, but also with a guy, if you have like nice, healthy, young looking lips, has a big influence on the how the face looks. You can also do a lip darkening to make it darker if they are too bright in the picture, and to adjust it more to the face. So there's a lot of things you can do. Thank you for your endless energy. I don't know how. I'm always pumped about all kind of things, and also with the video drone and other kind of technology, and the software is always something like, this is always like, oh yeah, I want to see that. I want to try that. I want to figure out how that works. Really nice. So yeah. It's like I like to explore things. Yeah. So thank you, Brontos, for the compliment. Guy says larger eyes is a manga thing. Influence. Is it a manga thing? I don't actually know it's a manga thing. Maybe. I don't know. It could be. It's like, of course, we define cuteness with big eyes and with like a childlike look. This is, of course, why we like, for example, cats. They have big eyes. They have a round face. And the other features are rather small in the face. It's exactly like a baby looks. And this is why babies, cats, cute, you know? So if it's the opposite, not so cute, you know? More like maybe dominant or something, like small face, hard features, stuff like that. More like the dominant boss kind of look, you know? So that has a lot of influence on that. Luminar, this is what I want to show you now, the sky replacement. You will be blown away. This is like really amazing. Maybe not with, we can try it with this picture, but maybe I want to open up another picture where it looks even more impressive. Let's go to that. I think we have explored these kind of portrait features here, so let's go to another picture real quick. No, I don't want to, again, folder, single picture. Here we go. Oh, this is the picture we had before, but this is actually not what I want to show you. There's not so much sky here. Maybe let's do it here real quick. Have a look at this. I go here to creative, and then I go to sky replacement, and I can select. They have like there's a range of skies you can use, but you can also use custom skies. You can like have your own, like download from the internet or make your own sky photos. And now look at this. For example, I go for dramatic sky, and boom, it's there. It's just like there. Now there's a sky. Let's go for sunset, and boom, we have a sunset there. And it recolors the photo. I didn't adjust the photo yet, so it doesn't look that great. But we just with one click, you can also put a galaxy there. Boom, galaxy. Now it's a night picture. What? Yeah, it's really mind blowing. This isn't the greatest picture for that, by the way. Let's go for the. Where did you show the library? There we go. All photos. I have this kind of, yeah, let's go with this picture here, for example. This is a bit better. We have a nicer, bigger sky here. The other one, you can hardly see the sky. Let's go back to edit, and then go to, now look at this. Let's go dramatic sky, and boop. What is going on? You see how clean that is? How it's like selecting everything here? Like, what? You don't have to have a mask. You don't have to like invest time and selection and this kind of crazy selection brush in Affinity Photo. It's just there. It's just like, boom, ready. What is going on? This is AI. This is how like the future of photo editing. I'm like so excited about this because it's like, it works so good with just one click, you know? This is really crazy. And the thing is, like I said, this is relighting the scene. As you can see here, I can adjust this too. And it's also, you can set the sky color. So let's push this up a little bit, maybe too far, like so. And now I go to a sunset sky. Where do we have the sunset? Here. And you can see now the building is relit from the colors to the colors of the sky, which is also something you have to think about. Like we have seen before with the edits, that often you forget about the ambient light, and then you adjust something in the background or foreground and they don't match with each other, or you replace the sky, but you don't think that the sky color actually has to be on the landscape as well. So this is doing that. That is really impressive, and it actually looks good too. By the way, if you think that this is like blurry, the preview is a bit blurry in Lightroom, in Luminar for some reason. By the way, look at this. Let's go back to the other sky. 1 second. So where was the other one? 2. Was it 2? Yeah, it was 2. So look at this. Well, you have this orange sky here, and then it's like gray on the sides. And down here, it's also like you have this orange light here, but it's kind of gray on the sides. And now if I switch over to number 5, you see here it's warm, and it's also warm here, but here the sky is blue, and this is also blue. Wow, that is impressive. You have to think about that when you edit photos. Probably you don't think about this. You have to apply different ambient lights to different areas of the picture. Pretty, and this is what I said, like download the demo, play around with it and make some notes, and then you can do this in Affinity Photo. And this is what I also said before, you can do it in Affinity Photo, but you need to know what to do and how to do it, and then you actually can or have to do it, which I have never done a tutorial on my channel where the ambient light is different in different regions of the picture. Normally I just blur the whole picture and then just make a soft light blend overall of the picture equally for all parts, but this is doing it differently in different areas, so that is pretty impressive. And now, wow, look at that. There's another thing, like, I'm sorry, I'm so excited right now because I love anything that has to do with AI. It's not even just Luminar, it's just like this kind of AI stuff. You can do, augmented, you can add objects. There is some goofy stuff, some stupid stuff in here, but for example, birds. I can add birds. There they are. And I can place them and move them. You see, now they are over here. And now look at that. If I move them down, they are removed. There's a mask on them behind the building. So it's actually not just like putting a PNG over my picture. it's actually also using the mask from the sky replacement. So you can have this here and you can resize it and you can rotate it. So depending on what you want to have and depending on the perspective in your picture, you can adjust that. And you can set the warmth and the relighting of that and other things. There's also advanced settings. Defocus, for example, if it's too far away, you can blur them a little bit so it makes more sense. I think at this one not, because it's like evenly sharp. It's very wide angle, maybe a little bit defocus. But you can make it super blurry. For example, if they are super close to the camera, that would make more sense. You can also flip them so they fly the other direction. So that is pretty cool. Yeah, they have some goofy stuff in here too. Some fireworks. You can add fireworks. Can you add multiple things, by the way? I don't know that. Or is it just one thing and then you're done? Let's add something else here. Fireworks. So this is replacing it. Can I add more than one or is it just one? I can actually like, let's make this bigger. And then there we have fireworks. And again, you can see it's cutting. Oh, I rotated it a little bit. How do I reset that? Okay. How do I get out of this? Ah, there we go. If I zoom in here. No! What happened? There we go. Again, this is like cut out on the edge of the objects. Amazing. I'm so I love playing around with this stuff. So great. You can also turn it off again. You can add multiple things if you create a new layer. Okay. Yes, this is, by the way, this is also what I wanted to show you. If it goes too extreme. Oh, man, there's so many things to show here. I wanted to show a comparison to the other software. Let's really quickly look at the place sun. So you can have the sun here, and then you can add the amount. And you can say it adds sun rays. But if I move the sun rays behind an object, it takes into account that there's now an object. And of course, these sun rays shouldn't be there. So it's not always perfect. But you can see how the sun rays are changing depending on where they are. So you can actually add a very nice looking sunset effect. You can reduce the length of them. And, okay, there we go. That's maybe a bit better. Amount, you can adjust the amount. And you see, and this is also nice, the amount that doesn't just make this brighter, it makes the rest darker, which is also important because this is how your camera would react. If the sun is brighter, of course, the rest of the picture is getting darker in turn because the exposure is different, you know? So that's pretty smart. You can mask the unneeded rays. Oh, how do you do that? I want to see. Let's put this up here. So we have these here, and then we have edit mask, and then let's see. Let's paint in the mask here. No. I don't understand how to use the mask. How do I undo this also? I don't see an undo button here. Can I click escape? No. And now it's in there. Undo. I have to place it again. So this is something I still have to figure out. That's kind of very strange. The wrong side of the photo? Yeah, probably. It's I'm not really paying attention to where the sun is coming from right now. It should be over here, of course, with the shadow in the things here. By the way, what is happening here right now? Let's turn this off. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's not good. I don't know what this is. Is it? So some extreme bending maybe going on here. That's interesting. Okay. That's something to look out for. So how do I use the mask? Yeah, I'm not looking at the right. I'm just showing features of the software at the moment. I'm comparing it to other software. But now, how do I? Maybe I have to go to erase. No. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh. Okay. And now if I move the sun again, is it like still... No, wait. There's some... Maybe I didn't completely... Let's go again to edit mask, brush. Ah, I didn't completely paint that out. The opacity of the mask is 50%. So let's push this up to 100. Let's see. Okay. Okay. It looks wrong now because I'm not doing it right, but that works. That is great. Let's go over to the other picture. 1 second. Let's click on done here. Single photo edits. There's our guy. And what is happening right now? Oh, okay, good. Let's go to editing again. And then we had our... there we go. Defects. So let's have a look. Okay, so here we don't want to have that. So I go to mask, brush, and I set it to erase. And then make it a bit smaller maybe. Oh, that's perfect. That is what I was talking about before. That is good. Look at that. Now, so this is fixed now. It doesn't like, this isn't the problem here that was here before. It's now not there anymore. Whoa. Okay. That is very good. Okay, 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 okay. Cool. Nice, 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 nice. Let's switch over to the other picture again, which I don't know where it was. Did it not save the edits? Ah, no, there it is. Okay, pretty cool. By the way, if I right click here, can I do a virtual copy? Rotate, adjustments, export, go to. Do you know that if I can do a virtual copy of that file so I can have multiple edits of the same file? You can do that in Lightroom. This is, by the way, a huge benefit of Lightroom. You probably can also do it here, and you cannot do that in Affinity Photo. You can do that in Affinity Photo in the sense of doing snapshots or saving different versions of the same file. So it's possible. It's probably using the snapshots don't use that much more memory. But if you save multiple Affinity Photo files, of course you have like multiplied the save data you need. So that's interesting. Is there something else we should look at here? I mean, we have mostly just goofed around. I didn't show too many things here. You can have the dramatic look, like some edited the photos. You can see this kind of high contrasty look. So there are some things in here that are a bit strange that they have that as a single like lever here. So you can have the dramatic look, and then you can have the matte look, which is more like this Instagram soft kind of picture. I don't think you need that as a special kind of thing here, but maybe it's used often enough. You have the mystical look, that is kind of nice, and it's kind of this kind of making it soft effect. You don't see it very well here. We might probably want to edit another picture here. Let's go back to 1 second. Single image edits. Oh, we can go for this here because there I have done editing here. So maybe we should look at this and we can see what I have done here. I thought I used the mystical look here on that. Or did I save that? No, it's here. You already can see the original picture in the edit. I didn't do augmented sky. Dramatic look? No. No? Oh, I used LUT. So this is also nice. You have LUTs, and you don't only have LUTs, you have LUT preview. So I can just go over this, and you can see how this changes the look. And you can also load your own LUT files, which is very nice. So this is something I want to see in Affinity Photo. Just a pop-down list where I can just go through them, mouse over. What would be even nicer than that would be a window where you can see the different LUTs next to next, like in DaVinci Resolve, so you can see all of them at the same time as a preview. Affinity Photo does that has that with the presets, but you have to import every single LUT by hand individually and then save it as a preset, which drives you mad if you buy a bundle with, for example, I have a bundle with 80 LUTs, so you have to do it 80 times. That's a bit crazy. And here you just like load the LUT and you're done. And you can see like there's a lot of different LUTs. And then you have some smart adjustments with them, which is the amount, of course, the contrast and the saturation of the LUT, which is nice to have that in here. And a mask, so you can paint in the LUT in the areas where you want to have that, which is also interesting to think about that you don't use the LUT over all of the picture. And I think these settings here also like clear up a little bit of a misconception. I think a lot of people, when I see them talking online about LUTs and asking about them, they seem to think that a LUT is a one-click fix where you apply the LUT and then suddenly the picture looks amazing, because often in websites it's also like on store pages and stuff like that. It's represented in a way that you would think it fixes the picture just by applying the LUT. But the LUT is actually just like a creative tool to get a certain look in there, but then you still have to adjust the image. It's not, you're not finished by applying the LUT. Sun in the back of the building and the front of the building would be very dark. Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Although you have to keep in mind that with photo editing, you don't go for the how would it completely realistically look, because this is what photo editing is for, that you can have the sun coming from the front, but then still have the front like lighten in a nice light, which you can either do in the photo while using, for example, like the studio lights or flash or a reflective thing. I don't remember right now how that's called. Or you do it afterwards in software. So there's different possibilities to have a photo into the sun and still have a bright foreground. By the way, in this picture, the sun is also coming from the back. The sun is actually up here. So if you look at the before, you can actually see here this kind of lens flare that's coming from the sun. But you can still see that the picture, the tower is not in shadow. It's still bright here. So naturally, this also can happen, especially like at the evening, if there is overcast, the clouds are glowing too. So the sunlight is not just coming from the sun, but also from other areas. And here, of course, I adjusted it so the tower is even brighter and the background is darker. And I removed the lens flare. Okay. Okay. What else? Should we open up Lightroom now and have a look at Lightroom, or do you want to see more features of Luminar? Because I actually want to compare the different softwares. Highlighted areas rather than removing it where the shadow exists. So Jules said, note where the light source was set, the software retones all highlighted areas rather than removing it where the shadows would exist. This is a big mug. Yes, my famous giant coffee mug. Almost the size of my head. I already have a pretty big head, so that's a pretty big, pretty big cup. All right. Let's have a quick look at some of the other features, because we haven't even looked at the essentials here. What do we have here? So we have lighting, where you have exposure, you have smart contrast, another interesting thing here that you can use. I would actually like to, wait a second. Can I go to the, oh yeah, show in Explorer. So let's do that. So here's my file. Let's copy that and copy it in here to the stream test. Oh, it's already in here. Okay, so we can skip this file. Okay, let's close this again and then open it up as an individual edit. So let's edit this picture here. I would say, so this is the plan. Let's edit this picture here in Luminar, then edit it in Lightroom, then edit it in Affinity Photo, and then edit it also in NIK Collection. So we have a comparison, and then it's probably 5 in the morning. No, I will try to be quicker with that. What's the time, by the way? Oh, it's pretty good. Okay, so let's do that. And then we compared afterwards how the pictures look. I'm not promising they're gonna look perfect. I'm just saying like I'm trying out features. Okay, so we have, this is the original picture. Okay, so we have, let's see, exposure. We can reduce that a little bit. And we have smart contrast. So let's push this up very high and very low. It goes in both directions, so you can see what is the effect of that. And by the way, here you can already see the thing that I said about Luminar. If I pull this up, you can see how extreme the colors get here. And this is something I don't like because Luminar really easily gets into this kind of extreme color situation. But smart contrast is actually kind of nice. You can see how it makes the contrast different in different areas of the picture. The highlights, we can pull this down maybe a little bit. What is the shadows? If they push it up, they go brighter. If we push it down, they go darker, which makes sense. Let's play around with that a little bit. Okay, what do we have here? AI enhancement. So we have AI accents. What does that do? Okay, that makes it brighter in a smart way, I guess. And then we have a sky enhancer. We don't have any sky here. So this is actually grayed out, which is actually nice that if the software realizes there is no sky, you don't even get the option to tweak that, so you can't make any mistakes. So that's pretty nice. Let's go back here and maybe adjust this again. Let's see. The thing I don't like is most of the time when you look at the picture, it looks blurry. By the way, let's hide this here so it's a bit bigger. How do I do that again? View, sidebar. Hide film strip. Yes, like that. Okay, now it's a bit sharper. That's pretty good. Okay, we have AI structure. Amount. Oh, okay, so I can make it really very soft and very detailed, very structured, and we can even boost it. So I could use this on some details, but not all of them. For example, I can now go here to mask, brush, and then decide to paint this in here. Let's see, like that. Maybe also down here. Okay. So now if we turn this on and off, you can see that only the tower has more structure and the rest is the same. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, color. Okay, I think here is, you can go, let's reset that, advanced settings. Yeah, and here if you go in advanced settings, you have these different colors. It's what I was saying before, because Luminar tends to make these greens and yellows too extreme. But I can now click here on the green, and I can reduce the saturation, and I can also go to the yellow and reduce the saturation here too. So it's not as extreme as before. So that helps a little bit with that. And then the orange, like you have orange here and some red values, you can pump that up a little bit. So we have a better contrast between these. You see, like now they stick out a little bit more. That can be nice. All right. What else do we have? Black and white we don't want to do here. Detail enhancer. So you can have small details, medium details, large details, and sharpen also. Let's see. Let's pump this up. That's too much again. We can reduce, or it's actually not that good. Extreme. You tend to like extreme colors and contrast, even though it doesn't always look professional. Yeah, it can, like, extreme colors can be nice if it's like this candy look. but it has still to be the right color. That's the problem. It still has to look nice. We can denoise it. Let's go to 100% real quick. Ugh. Okay, it's actually very noisy. Let's see if we denoise that. Does it do a good job? Ugh. Not that great. Is it doing anything? Yeah, we can do it a little bit. Okay. So we have the landscape enhancer. Let's see what that... Ah, dehaze. So that's nice. Removes the haze. That works actually rather good. Again, the colors popping like crazy. Golden hour. And the colors pop even more. You see like here, like atomic foliage enhancer. So you can go like this. Why does it do that? I don't understand. That's not good. Okay, let's go back to color and reduce those colors even more before my screen explodes. By the way, can we, let's see. Oh, okay, so we can actually create a nicer green. Oh, I can make it autumn. That's actually pretty cool. So I can make an autumn look just by pulling this over. Should we make an autumn look for that? Maybe a little bit. Let's go like that. Gives a bit more playfulness. Okay, so we have done this. We can do a vignette around that. Let's make this a little bit. I'm a huge fan of vignettes. That is already pretty nice. What do we have here now? Sky replacement, no. Dramatic, no. A matte mystical. That's pretty nice. Makes it a lot softer, but maybe too much. Is there a opacity setting? No. You see, like with NIK Collection, you can apply the effect in the way you want it and then reduce the opacity of the effect. So, and there's a difference between reducing the amount and reducing the opacity, because you want to have the full amount of the effect, but then just have it less visible. So, for example, let's say you blur something. You still want it to be blurry, but then make the blur less transparent rather than having less blur from the strength of the blur. So that's the difference between the amount and the opacity. I'm not sure if amount might be the same as opacity here in this case. But if I pump this up, you can see that it looks different. So I want to have this look, but then less. But like you said, I can do this with layers, so that would be possible. Okay. I don't like this area, but we can paint that in later. Now we have the LUTs. We can play around with that. Ugh. You can also load your own LUTs in here. Yeah. Let's have this and then reduce the amount. Contrast. Saturation. By the way, let's. I created a Kodachrome. Okay, I created my own LUT for my videos. Let's have a look. Where is that? Where did I put that, by the way? I don't know. Oh my god. There we go. Vlog. Mood shots. No, where did I put that? Oh, there. Okay, let's use this one. Did it load or not? I'm not sure if this is the fitting one for this picture. That's actually not that bad. It's a nice look. This is more like a Nick Collar inspired look. By the way, let's not use that because I want to test what the software can do in its own. So let's not use an external LUT. This is not bad. If you see something you like, write it in the chat. Aurora? Where was Aurora? Auckland. Aurora. I can't see one that's called Aurora. Athena? I mean, this is maybe a bit much. This is nice. Rosa. This is nice, makes the background a little bit blue, and this makes it evenly green. Let's keep this one for the moment. Reduce it a little bit. What does the contrast say? Let's go like that. Saturation. Okay. Texture overlay, we don't need that. Film grain, no. Glow. Oh, okay. Ooh. Not too bad, actually. But not that much. So we have soft focus bright, soft focus, and soft glow. This is soft glow. Soft focus. Is it still calculating or already? Let's pump this up. Okay, this is soft focus, this is soft glow, and this is soft focus bright. This is actually like more dreamy. Let's use this one. I still want to have the background darker. There's also Pro, Advanced Contrast, Advanced Gradient, Highlight, Midtones, Shadow. Let's see. So this makes areas darker. Okay, so we can use this with a brush. Let's put it just here on these areas. So it just influenced the background until here. Doesn't have to be super precise. There we go. Okay, so now I should be able to adjust just the background. Midtones balance. Okay, so this makes the background darker. Shadow contrast. Okay. Adjustable gradient. Adjustable gradient. Exposure. Oh. So we can also use that. How do I set the set the orientation? Oh, that's actually pretty nice. So you have a gradient here, and you can say, okay, I want to have this part brighter, the rest darker. Top, bottom. Okay, top and bottom part. So I can make the bottom a lot brighter and the top a lot darker, which of course now is way too much, but you know what I mean. So you can use that. Let's reset that. The warmth. Bottom warmer. Okay, that's actually nice. And I can actually probably also paint in the mask. Set the orientation. Can we rotate that too? I don't exactly see a way to rotate this right now. I suppose you can. Vertical shift, horizontal shift, blend, rotation. There we go. Let's have this like this. Okay. So this is without it and with it. So I can have the background a little bit darker and the foreground a little bit more like sunny. Should we leave it like that to have a difference between the foreground and the background? A little bit more blue light in the back? It's maybe not too bad. I want to remove this. That doesn't look good. So let's go here to our, I think this one, yeah, canvas. And then I can erase. It's preparing. Takes a bit. Very long. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's see if this is actually what I want to do here. Does it do something? Do I? Oh, I have to click done. Ah, boom. Okay, not exactly boom because we have a little repetition here. That's not so nice. So let's try this again. Why does it take so long to prepare? What does it prepare? There we go. Let's make this a bit bigger again. And then maybe just like so. Done. No, it's still repeating. Okay, let's use the clone stamp. Again, preparing. It's preparing too much. Come on. What is it doing? There we go. Okay, so is this my brush size? I can't. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a bit big. Okay, so let's take it from here and then paint in here a little bit. That's actually better. Okay, good. Let's click on done. So now we have removed the lens flare. The blue is a little bit stupid here with the, let's see what the gradient. Is it? Where is this gone now? Was it on another? Oh, it was maybe on another layer. You can see now here I have the layers. Erase, erase. And then this is the original layer. Okay. And here I can turn this on and off. And this is going into the tower, so that's not good. So let's readjust this a little bit like so. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, good. Let's go back to our top layer, or let's turn these on again. Good. So now we have, this is the before and this is the after. I'd say let's leave it at this and go to the next software so we don't take like too long. You wait for the coupon. I hope there is a coupon. I don't know. Or you can ask them, just write them an email. Oh, God. Okay, so let's export this. Let's figure out how that is done. Export here. Not to downloads, but to, wait a second. Downloads, stream test, new folder. Compare. Okay. So this one is, how do I set the file name? Oh, okay. It's that the file name is already here. So select this folder and then call this Lumi 4 JPEG. Let's make it 85%. Is there like a sharp none? Is there a quality setting here? No. I have to set it by hand. Okay, good. Export. Has a 70 for what? Really? Where? Can you? Oh, you can't send the link. One second. 70% off? Luminar 4? Ah. No, 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 no. This does not look legit. You see, it's called Top Deal Code. I'm not sure if that is real. There is some angry people here already. What does it say? Bought a few hours ago and have... Oh, okay. So they are angry about something else. Let's click on that real quick. Coupon. Okay, and here it's just like 25 off. So this is that's a scam. All right. So what else do we have? Luminar. I don't see any like 70% off thing. So that might be a scam. Be careful with that. I don't know. But I can ask them if they could provide something like that. Okay, so let's go to the next software. I would say Lightroom next. Let me switch over here really quick. Boom. So I can open the software. I will use Lightroom Classic for that, not the other Lightroom, the Lightroom, which I don't understand why they have it anyways. Okay, this takes a bit to load. Oh, wow. We are already in the picture. Okay, that's pretty cool. So let's switch over again. Boom, there we go. So this is Lightroom now. And one thing that stands out to me right away, by the way, is down here. Where's my mouse? There we go. It asks me what I want to do with the two screens. So this already has a function for working with two different screens at the same time, which can be super helpful if you do a lot of editing. So that's pretty nice. And it also has a nice build up of the interface, which is also something I like about Lightroom. You see up here, there is like this personas a little bit like an Affinity Photo. So you can have the library, develop. You have a map where you can see all the geotags of your stuff. You can create books, slideshows, print and web stuff, and you have your cloud. So it's all like in reach of one click. So that is very nice. And also here on the left side, you have the presets. You can make your snapshots. You have your history. So there's also built up in a very nice way. And on the right side, you have all your tools. The histogram is there. You have this crop tool and spot removal, red eye removal, gradient tool, radial filter, and you have an adjustment brush. So the most important tools basically you need for a quick edit. And then you have all these kind of pop-down menus where you can see, or how do you call this? Is it pop-down? I don't know. But you can have all these kind of things here, and it's kind of clean. So that's pretty nice. That's like from the interface, like Lightroom is really spot on for where you need the tools to have a really quick access and a very like snappy workflow. On the website, Luminar Plus bundle is on sale for $99. That only 10% more than just the program. And what is the Plus bundle? It's probably like created presets or something. Let's go and have a look at the website real quick. Luminar 4. There we go. Boom. Let's see. There's an update. Time limit. Ah, okay. So they included like the new update includes 500 pixels as a like a website you can upload directly from the software. Apparently, it's faster. The AI augmented sky has been. Oh, okay. There are now some space parts apparently. I don't know what that is. Okay, so they did some stuff. Oh, I can switch to English here so you can actually see what's going on. So this is what they do. Conquer space. No thanks. Yeah. Luminar. Buy now. Oh, okay. Yeah, 67. So they do have kind of a sale going on right now. Black and white looks, so you get some looks that you can add here. Let's do, and then they have also Aurora HDR. I have not tested it. I have to ask them if they send me that too. Romantic sunset skies, okay. Bursts of drama, and this, and then you're oh, wow, okay, that's a bit much. Yeah, I don't think you need the looks because you want to create your own looks. LUTs might be interesting. You have to look into them if they are like good or not. How many are they? I want to see how many LUTs you get for, usually it's $6. Does it say? Six. Includes 6 powerful LUTs. Okay. Why do I include like 80 LUTs and then they include 6 LUTs? I don't understand. I don't understand, like, if you already create 8 LUTs and you make some variations with the colors, it's not that much more work to create 8 LUTs, or let's say 24 LUTs or something. So why only make 8 LUTs? 6 LUTs, sorry, in that case, 6 LUTs. Why not make 24? Like, you have this like pink here, and now you tweak the color a little bit, and you have then an orange, and you have a blue one, and you have a green one. So you can like, and this is already like 5 different LUTs on top of that help you adjust the stuff, your pictures. So that's pretty interesting. But it also tells me I'm really super like underpricing my own stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, 6 LUTs. That's just like crazy. Okay. Well, I have to rethink my products. Okay, let's go back to Lightroom. I don't think Luminar. I have Luminar 3 and it crashes all the time. Oh, interesting. Wow. I don't know. Whoop. It didn't crash on me yet. You might also look at your like system, or maybe like reinstalling your system and see the graphics driver is very important today. It can crash a lot of things, so see if that is up to date. Let me ask you this, are you on Windows 7? If the answer is yes, update to Windows 10. Don't use Windows 7. I think it's like 15 years old or something. Don't expect new software to run with the old system. How old is Windows 7? Because some people, like, even with my customers, they're like, yeah, I have a problem with my computer. And you open it up, it's Windows 7. Windows 7. That's from 2009. It's 11 years old. Come on. Upgrade. It was even free to upgrade. Okay, let's do some photo editing here. Luminar 4 is more stable. I suppose it is. Hey, Andrejic, is it the right name? Andrese. Is there a software that can read names to me so I know how to pronounce them? Because it's so hard sometimes. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, Windows 10, 64-bit. Then check your drivers and stuff, and maybe other software interferes with that. It's like, that's might be the problem, might not. I don't know. I'm not like the Luminar guy, but maybe I'm pretty sure they have a forum or something to ask them there. Okay. By the way, let's first look at the profile, the presets here. They give you some like basic adjustments. Vivid. I think these presets, like the stuff that you find here, they are more starting points to get a certain kind of starting look in there. And then from there on out, you can edit. By the way, here you can see what I talked about before. You can see like how the trees are either super bright or dark, just depending on how you adjust the black and white settings. It doesn't really have anything to do with how bright it was in the original picture. The infrared look is pretty cool. See how the tower changes for the background also is very nice. Pretty interesting. You get some good ideas from that. Huh, okay. Grain. You can get different grains, so that's like sharpening, vignette. Okay, good. So there's some presets in here. You can also do snapshots on your own. Getting away from Windows, going with MacBook Pro before my wife and I moved to the Philippines. Yes. If that works for you, absolutely do that. I went the other way. I was like a Mac user for like 15 years or something, and then I switched back to PC because like I don't think Apple did the smartest like decisions in recent years, and also what did I want to say? The hardware got really expensive. Like in the past, I was always like, no, it's the price makes sense because the materials are better and they are very solidly built, and you get actually better tech in there. But now it's often pretty expensive for kind of a slow computer, and often you also can't upgrade it. For example, with the iMac, a lot of the stuff is glued in there. Like for example, if your hard drive dies, the screen is glued onto the case and you cannot remove the hard drive. So after that, and I have this case, I have an iMac over there in the other room with a dead hard drive. So you have to use an external drive to boot from that external drive because there's no way at all to remove a dead hard drive, which is really crazy. So think about that. But if it works for you, that's do it. Go for it. You know, some things are really cool with Apple. Okay, let's play around here. Exposure. Ooh, okay, that's pretty drastic. Contrast. By the way, this is interesting. This is also going pretty harsh with the colors. Highlights. Shadows. Okay. The whites. Blacks. Move that down a little bit, not too much. Texture. Can go from super crazy to by the way, already what I'm seeing here is that I have these settings, but is there a mask tool to say, for example, just a mask for textures? Can I do that, or is that not possible with Lightroom? Is there just a clarity? Looks really nice. Dehaze is already here. So this is what I like about Lightroom. Like I haven't used it for 10 years, but going back to it, first of all, the interface is almost the same. That is pretty nice that you can jump back into it and it's just there. And like you have the combination of all these adjustments is where you actually want them to have. Like you can, if you compare this to Luminar, the dehaze was in a completely different tab on a different part of the development, and here it's where you have like your highlights and shadows. You also have the dehaze, because if you adjust this, you might want to readjust the rest, so they should be closer together. That makes a lot of sense from the workflow. That's pretty nice. You have to pick the brush. Oh, this one. And this is like, let's try this. If I paint this on here. And now I get new adjustments here. So I can now, okay, I can go like this just for that area. And this is, what is this? Oh, I can move this around now. Okay. Is there a key where when I control click, I can see where the mask is? Alt. It's Alt. Okay, cool. No, wait, how did I do that? So if I press Alt, it shows me where the mask is. So that's pretty nice, but it doesn't stay there. Where is my... Do I have settings for the brush that I can't see right now? It's not here. It's not over here. How do I set the... Lolo 9. Lolo. Oh. I have to cut his claws again. Where would I set this? The brush settings. Sharpness. Oh, there. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay, it's actually down here. Auto mask. Oh, okay. Wait, when I paint on this. Oh, it creates a new one. So now I have two on top of each other. Yes, now I have two. So one is down here. When I click, I select this and then hit delete. Okay, it removes that. And this is the second one. Oh, and this is actually auto masked. Do you see? Up here in the upper parts, it actually masked out the tower from the background. So that's actually pretty nice. It's actually pretty good. Huh. And now I can set the exposure for this one. Just for that. That is actually pretty good. Is it? Oh, it's also the other setting. So I can make this, for example... Wait a second, what is this? Effect custom? Treatment? Highlight shadows, texture clarity, tone curve, the temperature. No, this is everything now. What? Huh? Let's select this again. So this is that is highlighted. It's not this apparently. Press O for mask. Ah, okay, thank you. That's pretty helpful. Okay, so I can paint. Okay, I did too much here. Erase. Uh-huh. Okay, this didn't. Okay, there we go. And I can erase down here. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. This is something I would like to see in Affinity Photo. This kind of, that I can actually see the mask and it's auto-adapting to the background. Which here doesn't do that good, to be honest, but maybe reduce the size a little bit. Yeah, that could be better down there. But it's just these settings. It's not, I cannot do this here like warm and something. Ah, there's temperature up here. I didn't see that. Oh, I have to press O again. And so I can set, oh, this is actually pretty nice. So I can set this up. Huh. Okay, nice. So now just the tower is more sunny. Oh, by the way, let's see. Let's press O again. And I want to add these parts down here too. It doesn't mask the foliage on the building. So that's, the masking is not as smart as I would like it to be. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe if I put the cross over it, it adds it automatically. Okay. And so, does it have a like a turn on off function? So I can see with, without the mask, what it actually changed? Okay, that's a bit better in Luminar. They have these buttons up here and it gives you like a before, and you also can turn it off and on the side. Edit. And you also have to, you always have to select this. Okay. Let's make this a bit bigger. And then is it still? No, I have to, no, use fine adjustment. No, auto mask. Okay. So let's make one for back here. Like in the other picture. Let's press O again. Uh-huh. It's actually pretty nice. Auto mask off. So I get everything back here. Okay. And then exposure, reduce the exposure for the background. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. That's very nice. So we can also make the background a bit cooler. Hey, that's very nice. There should be a button on the right side. I don't see a button. Original photo. Build a smart preview of this photo. Smart previews are typically much smaller than the original photo, but they allow you to continue working even when the original are missing. Okay. Free up this space and keep your original and the... Oh! Oh, that's pretty good. So you can have a smart preview, you can keep editing. And then later on, you can connect your external drive again, and it will render all these edits to the original photo, which is very nice. Like if you take your laptop on the go, you want to edit over the weekend, and then you come back, connect your drive with all of the data on it, and you have it there. It probably also saves on CPU power. Build smart preview. Let's do that. Smart preview was built. Don't show that again. Okay. Huh. So now can I... No. This... No. But how do I switch now between the... Oh, there. I'm an idiot. Down here. Reference view. Yeah, okay, good. Drag and drop a photo of... Oh, okay, this is not what we need. Aha, this is the before and after. And now I only see the after. Did I? Sorry, I'm not. Where is my edit? Is everything gone now or what? What is going on? Okay, this is nice. But where is my edit that I did? This is not very intuitive, to be honest. Revert settings? What? Okay, I can click here. Oh, there's... Okay. So this is my stuff again. And this... Okay, here's the before and after. Can I not move this with my hand here? Side to side? Right, left split. Can I not grab this? So for the intuitiveness, nah, not the best. Okay. Vibrance, saturation. Let's go vibrance. Maybe not. Or? Ooh, okay. No grabbing? What? That is bad. That's really bad. You cannot move like before and after. You see like different areas of the picture to compare them. What is the benefit of this? Like in this picture, the left and the right side are kind of similar, so it makes sense to compare them. But if you have a picture where the right side is completely different, like let's say on the right side we have a portrait of a person and on the left side we have a city, this doesn't really help me. So what? That is, why can't I move this? That is really strange. There has to be something. I mean, now you have another split, but you should be able to move that. That is very surprising. Okay. We have a tonal curve here. We don't want to touch this right now. What else? HSL. Saturation, luminance. So we can do the set. And this is, by the way, this is something I really like about Lightroom. You can have the saturation and the luminance and the hue for the different colors already prepared for you. It's really intuitive and fast to use that compared to clicking on the color circle like in Affinity Photo and Luminar. You have your list with all the levers that you see at the same time. That I find really helpful. Let's adjust this again. Again, you can have this kind of like autumn look if you want to move this over. Okay, maybe not in the castle, but this is like, yeah, you can make it autumn with that pretty quickly. Yeah, I would also say it's kind of the point of a slider is to slide it, but it doesn't slide, so that's a bit strange. Aqua? Ooh. Oh. Okay, so I can have this cyan look if I want to, but we don't want to have that here. So saturation. Pull the green down a little bit. Can actually keep the yellow. Luminance. That is nice. That is very helpful. They have the luminance of the color channels. Or not the color channels, but the individual colors. You can see like I can tone this down a little bit, make it darker. Just for that kind of color. Not for the rest. That's very, very helpful. Split toning. We can try that. Shadows. Let's see if we make the shadows a little bit cooler. The highlights a little bit warmer. Just the balance. Maybe not. Oh, there is the before now, but I didn't see that either. You have this little button here. You can see I can turn it on and off. I did totally not see that before. So I can also go here and then turn this on and off. Ah, that's very good. But up here, for the basics, you don't have that. And if I click on the brush again, it doesn't seem to have that either. You see, there's no like this turn on and off button. That's strange. Okay, interesting. What else do we have here? Detail. I can do sharpening, noise reduction, which gives me a nice preview. That's very good. Not quite sure how to set that, but... Ah, there we go. So I can actually select a point here where I think it makes sense. Here's a lot of noise, maybe. And then I can adjust this here. And have the little preview here. Instead of having to zoom in, I get this little, like, tiny preview here. I can also do some sharpening. I can put it on another position for the sharpening, maybe here. Or maybe if you have a person like me down here, you could put it on that. And the picture is pretty grainy in general, so... No, it's not a raw image, it's just a JPEG image. Like if you have the Mavic, DJI Mavic Mini doesn't make raw photos, it's old JPEG, so you have to like find a way to work around that. Okay, we were just in detail. Lens correction, transform is what exactly? Oh, I can do some perspective adjustment. Effects. Post-crop vignetting. Okay, that makes sense. You can add some grain. Don't want to do that either. Calibration. For the shadows, red primary, green primary, blue primary. So let's have a look at that. Shadow tint. Does it do anything? I don't see anything right now which changes. This does change. No, it's actually interesting. Let's have a look here. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. You can do like this like cyan orange look, but just moving the blue primary to the left with the hue. Okay. Don't want to do that right now, but it's good to know that this is there. All right. So now the big question is spot removal. Let's try this to remove this stuff up here. Let's see how well that works. That's good. Like just at the first try already, boom, removed, and it already has the nice, even has the correct color. Whoa, this is very grainy. Sorry, my original pictures was like already a bit dark. So, poof. But you can see it adapted it to the light here. It doesn't repeat anything, so that's actually, that works very nice. Can we do any effect stuff in Lightroom, like with this kind of, for example, like an Orton effect or like a soft glow or stuff like that? How would you do that here? Is that possible or not? We can have a gradient filter. Do I have to paint that in? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Ooh. So let's move this the other way. Ah, there we go. So we can also do that. And we can easily rotate that here. That's also nice. And then again, like in Luminar, we can... is there an up and down? Or is this just one direction? Because right now I don't see it. It only edits the lower part, right? Let's make this a bit more extreme. Yeah, it's just one direction. Okay. Let's remove this. I could probably add a second one, I guess. I could like go like this and then have a second one down here to do the opposite in the other direction. So that's possible. Okay, I see. So that's nice. Spot removal is way better. Yeah, Affinity often like does some interesting stuff with the background where you would think, well, it should like guess it a little bit better, but it doesn't. But you have also seen in Luminar it does the same. It has the same problem. Just let me eat something real quick. Okay, there we are. All right. By the way, another thing I'm missing here that is in Luminar is these layers. And the layers can be really helpful to give you an idea of what you did where. And I don't think you have this here. Because now if I say, hey, I want to have like, where did I do this kind of bluish background? You have to go through all of the settings and try to find that again. What is edit here? Brush? Ah, okay. And I don't even know right now. I can turn this on and off, of course, to see if this is the part where that happened. This is the color down there. Where did we do that up there? Was it this? No. Oh, a little bit. So maybe we should undo this. No. Huh. Let's reduce the saturation here. No, that's also not good. Okay. Did I use it maybe in here? I did do something that made this up here so blue. And now I can't remember what I did there. So that's a bit of a downside. Maybe we did it with this. Yes, that's it. So let's make this darker. And then a little bit blue. More contrast. I can actually leave it like that. Can we maybe, should we reduce? Make it a little bit softer. Oh, it's getting very dark over here. Okay, that's not good. Although, let's leave it like that. 1 second. Okay, and then, oh, this is going to be tricky now. 1 second. Feather flow, size. The brush doesn't have opacity or what? It only has flow. It doesn't have like, Okay, let's click on O. Wait a second. So we want to have it less here. Does this, okay, that works. Ooh, no, that's not good. Okay, let's try this again. Make the brush bigger. Feather 100. That should be good. This doesn't do much. Okay. This was a little bit too much, maybe. Okay. That's nice that you can work finer with the mask if you want to. So now you can see these areas are brighter again, and also down here it's a bit brighter. So it's actually pretty nice. Dude, relax. What the hell? Higher resolution. If it's low resolution and you don't have it higher resolution, you can't really make it higher resolution unless it's a vector file. And if it's like if you have it already higher resolution, you just use the higher resolution file. But there is no like magic way to make a small file that's low resolution, high resolution. That doesn't work. You have to have it like in vector, for example, for a logo. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I'm not really happy with the edit. So it's not as easy or like consumer friendly as Luminar is, I would say. But let's go and have an edit in another software now. Export this. Okay. Desktop. What? Can I not click on a specific folder? Choose. Okay, that's good. We want to go in here, select folder, and then I want to. Where's the file name? Rename. Okay, there we go. Custom name. Yes, please. Okay, so this is called Lightroom Classic. Export. Good. Yeah. Does it take so long to export a single file? There we go. So you can do a lot more with Lightroom, of course. I still didn't find out if you can do like a Orton effect or stuff like a soft glow or stuff like that. That's part of that is part of Luminar, just like a already set up effect for you. Oh, wait a second. Before I close this, let's switch over to Talk View real quick so I can open up another software. Let's click here, clicky click. Photo Lab. Okay. So now comes Photo Lab with NIK Collection next for the same picture again. I just have to open the software real quick. A lot of people still watching. 49. Some people went away. Maybe I was a bit too slow with my optic modules. Okay, next. Okay, good. Review. 1 second. Downloads. There we go. And then, where's the folder? Ooh, stream test. Compare. Yeah, there's my picture. Okay. How can I hide this sidebar here? View. Okay, well, let's leave it like that. Okay, good. So let's go to work view again. Can you make a YouTube logo for me? No, why? Why should I do that? I mean, I can do if you pay me, but logos are really expensive, so I don't think you want to pay that much for a logo. The most important, like the most expensive part about a logo is the research you need to do before you do the logo. The design is just like a small part of that. The bigger part is the market research and all that kind of stuff. And to figure out what kind of logo would you need. And then it's like, this is like if you hear a company and they have like this little graphic, like simple thing, and it costs, I don't know, like $2,000 or something. That's the reason why, because you have to prepare for a logo. It's not just a design, you know. If you want to have a free design or like a simple like low cost design, you can buy like logos online for like $1 or something, if that's what you want to do, you know. But yeah, the other way around is pretty expensive. And the logo, and this is also like, let's talk a little for a second about that. A logo often is not just a logo. A logo is a rebranding of a company or a branding of a company. So you have to think about the branding. So often it comes with a booklet basically that gives you an overview over like you have a logo, like the main logo, but then you have logos for different users. For example, you have a logo that you have on the packaging or on the like store, but then you have a different logo you use on social media that is reduced in the way on what is displaying, and then you have a black and white version for example a fax or something else, other technology that's just black and white. And then you have brand colors that's in the brand guide or the kind of a guide that you get with that. And it also defines the interaction with the customer, for example. It's also based and has a connection with the culture that is also defined by the logo. So logo is not just a logo. This is why this stuff is so expensive. So if you also hear like companies say, oh, $100,000 because they made a new logo and the logo looks stupid, is because all of this is included. Like think about you have a international like company like Coca-Cola, and they have to change all the logos on all their devices and bottles and cars, and then they have to change the brand culture and everything, all these kind of things. This is where this cost comes from when you read about millions of dollars spent on a new logo. That is the part that's so expensive about that. And of course the usage rights, stuff like that. So I would pay $100. I would say go to Fiverr. Go to Fiverr and have a student make it for you for $100. What can you do in $100? You have to be realistic. You know, like I charge $80 an hour, so I can work on that an hour and a little bit. And just us talking about the logo and what you need with your company would take more than 1 hour. So that doesn't make sense, you know. So if you can have a cheap logo, that's no problem. You can get that everywhere. But it's just like, if you want to have that, just go on the internet on, I don't know, what is it called? Evanto or something? Is it called that? Yeah, there. Where is it? Products. There we go. Element Studio Market. There we go. No, where is it? Envato logos. Did they change their store or something? Ah, there we go. So you can go here and you can just like buy a logo from there. You know, that makes more sense then. They changed their page a lot from last time, I remember. I don't know, let's say, what do you want to have? Photo logo. I don't understand their page anymore. I haven't used it for a very long time. Animation, logo design, there we go. The hell is this? Did it even take into a consideration my photo studio? Okay, let's forget about that. Photo studio logo online. There we go. Logo maker. Oh, there's also logo makers. You can use that. That is another thing. You can just like design logos with that. And that's very cheap also. And you can get something you like, you know. So how do you do that here? Free account pricing. I don't know. You make some selections. Test camera. Let's go with test YouTube logo. Let's go like that. Apply. Let's see what it does. Some pages, like you click on that and then they suggest to you, well, do you want this? Do you want that? And then they create a logo for you automatically. And that's pretty cheap. Wait a second. We can also go here. Price, logo, design. This one. You watch this video. This is super interesting to watch that. To understand where the price comes from. Boom, there you go. So have a look at that to understand the pricing, which is also important if you work as a designer, as an artist, as a photographer, anything you do is your own business. Understand the value and what you do, and why prices come and what services are included, stuff like that, you know. Okay, they suggest some stuff. There's some stuff with camera here. This is chemistry, I don't know what, this one maybe? And you have to think about that. There's a lot of decisions in there. Why a logo looks a certain way. Oh, they suggest different things here. So you can, like, for example, say, yeah, okay, like, this one maybe. And then color, like, I don't know, what could it be? Red? And this is another thing, like alone to select the color for a logo. This is a whole endeavor, like talking with the customer. First of all, finding out what is the color, what is your company, what kind of color would represent the color, the company idea concept. And this, before you can do that, you go to the customer and go to any customer, go to any company, like from friends or something, and ask them, what is your company about? What do you do? Who is your customer? And they will say, yeah, I know my company. I have done it for 10 years. Okay, explain to me in like 2-3 sentences. What are you doing and who is it for? And I guarantee to you, probably 90-95% will say, everybody is my customer. We do photography for everybody, and that's basically what we do. We do nice photography for everybody for a good price, which is like, what kind of explanation is that? It doesn't really define anything, you know? So then you have to go with the customer through the process to figure out what their company represents and how you would represent that with a color and with a shape. Like, is it a edgy, a pointy shape? Is it a soft shape? What's the difference there, you know, and these kind of things. And it costs a lot of time. And because of that, costs a lot of money. So that's like, yeah. And like, for example, let's go, for example, with fast food logos. You can see you have these different logos here, for example, like this here. And they all look a little bit different, but they all have their certain purpose, why they look so different, what they represent with that. It's not just like, willy-nilly, okay, we create this. There's some idea behind that. There's some kind of expression and concept behind it, all these kind of things, you know. So that's pretty important to have that in there. And, well, yeah. Or like the colors you have in there, is all these kind of things. So it's, how can I say it? Maybe fast food is not the best idea. What's a better idea? I don't know right now. Let's go back to photo editing. That's a full topic here. Okay, let's go there. Bye for now. Yeah, okay, bye. See you. Maybe never. I don't care. If you don't like my channel, don't watch my channel. That's okay. If I want to talk about something in my live stream, I talk about something. That's okay. If people ask me, I want to answer them. I have the time. If you don't have the time, that's your problem. Some people are strange. Is that the same guy who asked me for? No. It's a different guy. Yeah, well. JB says, if I want to replace Superman face with mine, can I just mask it in Affinity Photo, or would it be better to use the pen tool? You can use a mask for that. The most important part with face replacement is that the face looks in the same direction as in the photo and it has the same lighting as in the photo. And then you just put it on there and like mask it out and adjust the colors and the contrast a little bit, and that's it. It's very easy. But you can also, like, for example, use an app on your smartphone that probably will do it for you easier and faster than you could do it by hand. All right. All right. So this is Photolab, by the way. This is not NIK Collection, but NIK Collection is down here. And like Photolab, you can also use NIK Collection in Affinity Photo, which is very nice. But the good thing is first of all, in Photolab, which comes with NIK Collection, you have this customized thing here, which is for RAW, but you can also use it for other stuff. So you can do some basic adjustments in here if you want. You can see there's a lot of stuff in here to play with, but we want to actually look at NIK Collection. So let's click here. And the good thing about NIK Collection, you probably already know that, is that this is split up into these different areas. You have analog effects, which, like the name says, like tries to simulate analog camera looks. Then you have color effects, which adjusts colors and gives you some other effects like Orton effect and soft glow and sunlight, skylight, all these kind of things. Define removes the noise. HDR is HDR, of course. You have two ways to sharpen it, for the output and for RAW. And silver effects is black and white. And Viveza is very nice because this adjusts the light in an image. We can start. Should we start with that? Maybe start with color effects first. There we go. Are you rich? Not really. The reason why I'm not rich is probably because I like to have... Don't need that right now. I like to have a lot of time for myself. And this is like... I could do more work, and some people like to work all the time and invest all their time into working. I like to learn all the time. So I get up in the morning. I'm not always learning, of course, but like inspiration, trying out things, having a lot of freedom, stuff like that. Like I want to get as free as possible with my life. And so I rather have less money and more freedom than more money and less freedom, you know? And a lot of people do it the other way around, which is like, I don't know if that's so great, you know? Like they have a lot of money and they can buy a car like that and they can like travel like that, but they don't have time to travel. They don't have time to drive that car. They don't have time to play around with the super nice toys they can afford, but they can afford them. So what good is that, you know? I can afford less stuff. I'm really happy I can afford a DJI Mavic Mini, but I have the time to fly around with that 5 hours a day if I want to, because I can like have all that kind of freedom in my life. So that's yeah, the choice I'm making for myself right now. And YouTube helps me a lot with that, because YouTube makes me extremely not independent. No, wait, makes me very independent from the job I'm doing. As a basically full-time YouTuber now, I can make videos about the things that interest me, and I can also the products I sell, like for example these creative packs, they are very low cost, and so rather than getting $1,000 from one customer, you get it from like if it's like this $10 a pack, that would be 100 customers, you know. And why did I say that right now? What's the difference? Oh yeah. If you have one customer, you have a lot of interaction with that one customer, and that's like more, you are like tied down more by that one customer than having a lot of customers around the world, and they are like less dependent on you in that kind of relation. You know what I mean? And it was a very bad explanation of what I wanted to say, but yeah. Anyways. Okay, let's go in here. You can make these favorites here, by the way, with the stars. And that's very nice. To like, here you have your favorites, so you can have your own collection. I would like to see a NIK collection that I can make more than just one favorite thing, because you can have here like have nature and portrait and travel, but this is pre-created for you. You don't have other categories for that. You only have favorites, and then, well, there's your main stuff in there. Pro contrast is one of my favorite ones because it combines really cool things. Danny says it's a choice of balance you make between living for work and working for living, if that makes sense. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And for example, for me, I never could stand that I would do something and not own it afterwards, you know, which is normal for when you work for a company. Like, I can remember, I think it was like 15 years ago, 18 years ago, I was kind of hitchhiking. How is it called when you have these kind of online services where you can write, I want to go from here to there, and some people say, yeah, I can take you for $50, or it's like pay part of my gas or something like that. And they are registered with the page, so it's safer than hitchhiking. And I was driving from Vienna to Munich for like 4 hours or something. With a guy who was working for Mercedes, like the car makers, right? And he was there as an engineer or something. Let's edit this at the same time. And I was asking him, so if you invent something amazing, do you like, how do you get rewarded for that? And he was like, not really. You don't get rewarded for that. Because you might get a little bit of a pay rise, you might get a little bit maybe what is the English word? You might get a promotion out of it, maybe, but if you're a small worker in the team, the leader of the team is getting all the praise while the others are just working under him, so they don't really get much of that praise unless they really stood out or something like that. So it could be that you create something amazing that saves them millions, or makes them, they earn hundreds of millions from that, and you maybe get a pay raise, and then they can also fire you, but they keep the technology because everything you create inside of the company is owned by them. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. If I invent something awesome, it's my stuff. It's not, I'm not giving it away for, I don't know, a little bit of payment each month. You know, and you have to be there like 8 hours, which is for me pretty crazy. Or 10 hours, I don't know. How many hours do you work? Wow, I'm not sure I should answer that. I'm pretty yeah, probably not the best way to answer that. Okay. Well, but this, by the way, is actually a good question. You have to ask yourself, what is work? How do you define work? I could either say I work all the time every day. Also, there is no like again. I don't find a work. What's that? After hours. There's no after hours in if you're self-employed. There's like, you're always on, basically. I don't have a differentiation between after hours and not after hours, or vacation or not vacation. There's nothing like that. You don't have like what's it called? Holidays, or this kind of, what is it called? Is it called a holiday? Yeah, holiday, when the shops are closed, stuff like that. You don't really have that. So you work whenever you want to work. Let's work on this, by the way. So this removes the color cast. Does it do anything? I'm not seeing anything here. Yeah, it does. You can see how this removes the color cast, which doesn't make too much sense here. And this gives contrast correction. And this gives dynamic contrast. So it has some pretty cool features in here. We should probably have gone with the Viveza first. No, not the Viveza. I don't remember. Okay, let's add something else here. I think let's go and what did I do? Oh no, it's okay. Good. We can actually delete this one here. Yes. And then let's go with this first. This makes more sense. So if you would say creation of the video is what I do as the main work as a YouTuber, then you could say I work maybe, let's say 15 hours a week, but that is just creating the videos. That is not all of the rest, like preparation and research, and then you basically work all the time, you know? Like also this is work. This is not like creating a video. It is creating a video, but it's also work at the same time. So this is another 4 hours. And then, anyway, it's a too big topic maybe. But it's like basically you work all the time. If you would call that work. So that really depends on the definition of what it is. Like for example, if you're in the company, just to finish this, if you sit in the company as a developer, for example, and you watch videos to learn how to do a certain thing, to prepare, to create something for a customer, and you do this for 8 hours straight in your job, you would say that's work, and you get paid by the company to do that, right? So if I do the same thing at home to learn certain things and like get better and all this kind of improvement things, that's also work. And if this is counted in, you could say I work all the time, basically. So if I go out, for example, for this, fly my drone and take photos and learn how to use the drone, and there was another YouTuber with me, we talked about strategies and all these other concepts, that's basically also work. And this was at the afternoon. So when you're at home and already watching Netflix, I'm out there learning to fly a drone, talking about strategies, thinking about different concepts and content I can do. So that's also work. Yeah, so it always depends. By the way, what I showed you right now is like you can make these points, and if you hold control, you see what kind of area this affects, and this is smart. So you see this creates a mask dynamically based on the background. So this is even better than what you can do in Lightroom because, well, it really depends exactly on the point in the background. And you can set 2 overlapping parts. For example, I can set one here that is for this part and then another one right here that is just for these highlight parts. So that's pretty cool what you can do with that. So this is why I like NIK Collection a lot. I can set now the brightness for this. I can make the area of effect bigger, and I can just like make the background here darker if I want to, and adjust the structure, the shadows, stuff like that. Let's go like this. So, and this is also kind of, it's very quick. Of course, it's quick because I know this better, probably. Can make this cooler, but you can see like with some tweaks, you can already do a lot of stuff. Why would I make a thumbnail for you? I'm not sure where is this coming from? My work. I don't know what you mean by that. Not sure. You play 15 hours a day. Holy crap. Is that still fun? I have done Let's Play videos in the past, but it was like after a certain time, I was like, I can't like, I'm really impressed. Like if you see Summit 1G or guys like that, you see like right now I'm influencing this area and there's another point they overlap, but they don't influence each other. You know, that's very nice to have that. Summit 1G or other guys like that, and they play every day for 10 hours just to entertain their community. I wouldn't want to do that, you know. That's too much content. That's too much time investment. Let's put another point over here so we can adjust this area here. Oh, I moved it. That wasn't good. Let's move this back. And then I hold Alt, and then I click on that and move it over, and so it copied the point over here. Let's make this a lot smaller so we only have it here. Yeah, but if that's great for you, if you have fun with that, that's perfect. That is great. So yeah. And I think like our economy, or like a lot of jobs are going to go this way, that they are more online based, because online is also more like, you have to see our society in a different light, where, I mean, now when they say, you have to support your local this and that, but is the subculture you are in actually locally represented, or is it globally represented in a virtual community? That is a big difference that you have to take into consideration. So telling me I should buy my book at the local bookstore for the reason that it's a local bookstore doesn't make sense, because the bookstore or whatever else it is isn't representing my subculture, maybe. You know that? Dude, stop spamming the thing here. Let's put a timeout on that. There we go. Relax a little bit, dude. I don't know what's going on here, but you need to attend to draw. Yeah, absolutely. That's a bit too much. Yeah, probably. Let's go like this. All right, problem solved. Good. How many channels do you have? Is it the same guy? Dude. Why are you with 2 channels, like 2 accounts in the same chat? There you go. Okay, so now he's hidden. Okay, problem solved. I hope the conversation was still interesting, although I was responding to a troll instead of like my actual community, but yeah. All right. So we can do a lot of things here, make this warmer, and then copy this over to, for example, this part down here. And again, it's just addressing this part of the wall. So that's pretty nice. There we go. Put it over here. And there can, like, Viveza is really nice in like adjusting different areas of the photo in like different ways. You can go really precise with that and do some really amazing things with that. I think we want to make this a bit smaller. Make this warmer. You can see, like, I can point out just this tree down there. This is really amazing, right? And I have this list here on the side of all of my control points, so I can work with that. You can see, like, I can turn this on and off, and I can also set how strong it is, stuff like that. I can also set the, like, preview the area that's affecting. So I can say, okay, this, and then I want to have this. So hold Alt, click and drag, and now I have it also over here on this other tree. The effect area is a little bit too big, so we can readjust that, make it a little bit smaller. And so you can really fine-tune an image on what should be where and how it should look. This area down here doesn't look that good, to be honest. What does it affect? All this area? Conversation was interesting. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Now, I find it really interesting, like the change of the economy and the change of culture and society through the technology. You know, like how things change, why they change, and what kind of things we need to take into consideration if we talk about them, you know, because often it's kind of forgotten that you say, well, you should do this because of that, because like in the old days it was like that, so now it should be also like that. And you're like, no, because like, for example, me as a YouTuber, who do I ask locally? Who can help me? There is no representation of my job area, you know. There's no courses where I can go. There is no government representative or something else, an agency or something else that I can go to that can help me with certain problems or understand what's going on or stuff like that, you know. So you would find that online, because it's so specific and jobs are getting more and more specific, you know. Like, for example, let's say you want to build up a business that does, let's say, wedding photography and videography, but in 360 and maybe VR. Where would you go locally to ask, how do you do that? How can I learn that? What kind of technology is best for that? How would I edit this afterwards? You can't ask anyone. You have to go online, you know? Like I was in a store that is specialized in photography, really expensive, big store. I thought, okay, surely they have an idea what's going on, because I wanted to ask about technology for YouTubers, for vloggers, for what camera, what kind of gear they have. No idea. They had no idea, because in Austria it's not that big, all this kind of stuff. So online I can find a ton of channels that have exactly that. Okay, let's have a look at the picture here. So this is the before, this is the after. This already looks kind of nice. So let's save this, I would say. And let's go over to, there is the new version here. And then we go into NIK color effects now. It makes a second collection. It creates a TIFF file each time. And you can save these recipes also for yourself. For example, I can click on this. And this is from another edit. So now I have this in my picture. Of course, this is not what we want to have here. But like, you can save these recipes. So that's also very nice to have that. I don't think you can use that. You can do that in Affinity Photo, as far as I know. Let's go Pro Contrast here. Over the what? The three dots when hovering over the troll sentences in the chat or in their account. Maybe I didn't. I just did hide him from the channel, so I don't know. Okay, so let's see, color cast. We don't need that here. We can do a little bit of, let's see. We have to remove this still, it's bugging me. But I want to see this here, the film, modern branded film effects. Let's see if we find a nice film. You can see these are branded. So you have Agfa, Fuji, Fujichrome, Kodak, different kind of films in here. Not all of them are ideal for that situation, but you can look through them. They all look not exactly what I'm looking for. Wow, what is this? Okay, pretty extreme. Maybe this one. And then you can either make control points here to say I want it only to be in that or this area, or you can go opacity, reduce all of that. You see, like just applied a little bit to the image like that. Okay, let's go to the next filter. We have curves, low key, pro contrasts. We can do skylight filter. Let's have a look at that. That makes also a bit shiny, or not shiny, but like this glow around it. The green is again getting pretty strong. Maybe that's the camera. Detail extractor, I'm not sure we need that. You have a reflector, by the way, that you can apply. It's like the classic reflectors you have. It's gold, soft gold, and silver. And you can apply that to your image. In this case, doesn't make too much sense, but you can do that. You have a modern Sony Alpha. Okay. I can't record video. On the old camera. Yeah, that's true. What else do we have? We have landscape stuff here. Where is it? Nature. Here we have nature. Let's see what this has. Contrast color range. Ugh. Okay. What is going on here? Huh. Okay, maybe not. Contrast only, color range, dark contrast, dark light, light and center. So this is nice. This is basically like a vignette effect, but you can make the center dark and light independently from the borders, which is very nice to have that possibility. And you can address the shape a little bit. You can address also the center size. Okay. So what else should we apply here? Or is it already too much? What have we applied? This one is just a slight change, slight change. This is bigger. Pro contrast, just a slight change again. Where is the, there is skylight, but there is also, wait a second. So this is skylight. And then it's sunlight also. And the sunlight makes it a little bit dreamy. I don't like the dreaminess of that. I like the rest of it, but I don't like the dreaminess. That's the only downside with the sunlight filter, that it brings this kind of glow on everything. Or maybe if I do it like this, it's less. And it makes everything very soft also. But we can reduce the effect down here, opacity again. I just give it a little bit. Okay. I don't think that NIK Collection has does NIK Collection have a way to remove stuff? I have never thought about that actually, because I only use it for adjusting colors. Stylizer, solarization, sunlight. And now we can also... by the way, you also have here gradients. Film grain, where's the gradients? Graduated filters. And then you can select what it should look like. I mean, in this case, it's not that useful because we don't have a sky, but you can also set up your own user-defined. And then you can select the color you want to have and adjust it that way. You see, like you can set the opacity and the blend, where it is and stuff like that. Vertical shift, rotation. It doesn't give you a preview. That's the only downside, is it doesn't give you these lines like in Lightroom. So that's makes it a bit harder, I feel like. Old photo? Okay, no. Pastel. Okay. Ugh. Photo stylizer. Oh, nice. Oh, this is the one I used for my the macro photo. Okay, but what I want to do actually, you have a Polaroid transfer. Ugh. Okay, so that doesn't work. I'm not seeing it right now. I want to just like desaturate it a little bit. Classic soft focus. You can have classic soft focus also. Colorize, color contrast. How am I not seeing this right now? Levels and curves? No, that's not it. Does this have... No, it doesn't have saturation. Is this actually better? No, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Remove color cast. Don't need that either. Sunlight. White neutralizer. Maybe we can use this instead. Yeah. Okay. Is it? I'm just missing that. I'm not seeing it. I'm kind of blind right now. I just want to have this saturation based on color, but I don't see it anywhere. Anyways, okay. Good. Let's hit save. Let's go to customize. And there we have this kind of patching thing up here. So you can go like this and it removes it. It works pretty well actually. And then here I can still go in and say I want to have saturation, less saturation. It doesn't have it on base. Does it have it based on color? I'm not sure. HSL is here. There's the different channels. So I can go to the green channel and remove the saturation here a little bit. Let's put this down. Okay, this is another green. Let's go with the yellow maybe. Yeah, that's more. You see, like you would think this is green because your eye tells it's green, but you can see here it's actually more in the yellow channel. I can reduce that a little bit maybe. Okay. Third. Okay, that's full screen. Good. So let's export this also. Export to disk. Yes, export to disk. Standard output, blah, blah, suffix. Original folder, custom folder. No, let's put it in the original folder. And then, yeah, DxO. Okay, export. Good. Should be in here now. Let's see. Yeah, no. There it is. I can put this in here. And then let's copy this over to here. So this is NIK Collection. Okay, good. So now we've done this also. Explored a little bit of the things we can do here. Now let's go to Affinity Photo. People, are you still there? Yeah, 35, 50, nah, 35. Okay, people still here. I made this way too long, maybe. These comparisons. There we go. Where's the... That's the original. Okay. Oh, so should we do the same thing here or just look at the different versions? I think here we should be quicker because we know more about how to use that. So Boom. Let's go with levels first. Okay, and then maybe make another levels. And this time I can actually paint this in with the mask. Make this a bit bigger here. This doesn't have smart mask, of course. But I can pull this like so. And then maybe select, no, invert layer. And then I can paint this in with white. So now I can see where it is. So that's an easy way to make your mask basically visible, is by to just overdo the stuff you want to do. Now the problem here is this doesn't have any kind of smart thing going on here. So if I go into the tower, I'm going into the tower. I can, of course, create my selection first with the selection brush if I want to. Okay, there we go. So if we've created this, let's make this a bit smaller, go in here a little bit. Okay. What's happening here? Okay. This is because the opacity is at 80%. Let's make this a bit more here. And then I can actually go black again and reduce my opacity 25% and then just brush this out a bit. That was too much actually. Let's go with 9% on the darker areas like that. Okay, and now I can do the actual adjustments. So I tone this back. I can bring it where I want it to be. Okay, and we can actually go in here and then readjust this. Do we have to set it black or white now? I forgot. I think this is the right one. Is it getting brighter? No. Okay, that's the right one. Black. Okay. This up here doesn't look that good yet. So we could technically make another adjustment here. Make this darker until we feel like it's okay. And then again, invert the layer. And then again, let's see, the layer is black. So we have to set it white. And then paint this in up here. So you can also do regional like adjustments in Affinity Photo. There you go. All of this is pretty dark, right? Do you think they'll add a smart mask too? I don't know, maybe. Apply a dragon. That would be nice, actually. We can tone this down a little bit. There you go. What else do we want to do here? Let's go with... we can go with white balance. We can go with vibrance. Let's do that a little bit. Bring in a bit more vibrance. And then also white balance. We can make it a little bit warmer, like so. That's good. What else do we want to do? We can again go, like for example here, color balance, and then adjust those and just look down here at that tree to see if that's what we want to have. Like so, for example. And then again, layer, invert, take the brush, opacity high and set this to white, and then just paint a little bit on here and also make this a bit smaller, paint it on here and maybe also there. And so you can see now I also have that in here. Maybe I should do a tutorial about that, like using brushes as a mask. Last time we did the gradient mask, but this is also a nice way to do it if you have this kind of regions there, so that might be nice. Let's go to the picture, unlock this and use our InPaint brush maybe for this up here. Now I'm really seeing if this is like working or not. Let's see. Yeah, did a great job. Okay, pretty cool. All right. Let's go right click and then merge visible. So we have the whole picture as a pixel layer with all the effects, and then we can go soft light maybe. Or let's go with screen. Is it screen? Let's blur this first. And then we can use the blend ranges. Why doesn't this do anything? Is this the wrong layer? Okay, strange. Don't know. I'm not sure what's going on right now. Let's set it to soft light. So this works, but here it's like, why doesn't this work at all? Okay, strange. First one. Oh, the opacity is at 0. Okay, let's try this again. Ah, now it does something. Okay, cool. So let's set this to screen again. Why is it like, if I have it at 100%, it's like completely popping, and then if it's set it lower, it's not doing anything. Or maybe is it because of this? Ah, it is, okay. You can use this to make a little bit of a dreamy effect in there. Does screen affect the dark tones? That's actually a good question. I'm not sure. Does it? No, it doesn't. It seems to only affect the bright tones. It doesn't look good though on this picture, so this, let's delete that. What else can we do here? We can, by the way, we can also do a gradient. So let's make a, yeah, like we do our gradients always, overlay here, like so. And then just paint in a gradient. Not overlay, sorry, a rectangle shape. And now I can, for example, say I want to have this part blue and the other part orange, like so. And then I can like soft light this, and now I have it on the picture. So this is like, this is the real benefit of Affinity Photos. It's extremely flexible for this kind of things. By the way, this is what I painted in here. It looks really bad. The mask thing, I have to readjust that. Let's readjust these colors here. Let's go with HSL color wheel, make them darker. You can see how this adjusts the color in the background. And then go over here. Also make this darker. Okay. So I could go with this. And now I have this gradient and I can still adjust this, for example, like the tower here. So the tower is warm and the background is a little bit cooler. So that's, for that purpose, it's very nice to have these quick adjustments where you also see easily what you're doing. Is this making the picture very dark or not? Kind of. So let's reduce that. You can also use other blend modes, of course. It doesn't have to be this one. And other ones like give you different kind of effects. Let's leave it like this for the moment. 1 second. So we painted this one. So that's pretty bad. Let's make this very soft and then make it like so. No, this is not good. Is it even worse now? I think so, right? This is really the downside with this kind of mask. Oh my god. No wonder this looks bad. Let's paint over this a little bit. Or maybe I should have done it differently. Oh, I'm using brown as a color. That's not so smart. Probably now it's a million times worse than before. Ah, no, it's not actually. It's okay. Oh, wrong direction. Okay. Good. This bugs me a lot, this white line here. And this is just a rendering error. Like if you zoom in, you don't have that anymore. But if you zoom out to a certain point, you get this white line here. What else should we do? It's also not perfect, by the way. It's not like, it's not great. Let's go up here and then have HSL. And we also have these color points. And then we can also go in here and try to adjust the colors a little bit. Let's see with the yellow again. This is yellow, it's not green, which is extremely surprising. All right. Should we leave it at that or do something else with it? Or this is still a bit bright here, so you can do more adjustments. This is a bit too dark, so it's not perfect. We could brush this a little bit out, maybe. Okay. We can sharpen it a little bit. That might be good. Unsharpen mask. Whoop. Let's zoom in. There we go. 100%, please. Boom, there we go. Okay. Whew. Okay, let's leave it like that. Export. Compare. So this is AP. Okay. Let's have a look at what we created today. Good. So this is the edit with Affinity Photo, which was pretty quick, but of course I also know the software the best from all the three others, all the four. This is what? 1 second. Okay, so the first one is Affinity Photo, then we have Lightroom, then we have Luminar, and then we have NIK Collection. So let's see. This is a quick edit in Affinity Photo. And then this is Lightroom. This is, I forgot again. Crap. Should we write it into the file or something? This is Luminar. So this is Luminar. And then this is NIK Collection. This is NIK Collection, really? That doesn't look that good. Okay. Well, I didn't do a great job using it. Wait, this is annoying me. 1 second. Let's close this. No. Let's open this up here. Compare. Open all of them. And then this is Affinity Photo. So 1 second, I'm almost done. Let's group that. Okay, so this is Affinity Photo. This is NIK Collection. Ah, come on. It's taking forever here. Sorry. Okay, copy this over. This is Lightroom. Lightroom Classic. Whoops. And one more time. This is Lumi. Okay. Luminar 4. All right, 1 second. There we go. This is too high. Okay, export. 0. Save. All right, there we go. So now we can actually preview that. Let's go big. Boom. Okay, Affinity Photo. Okay, so here we have Affinity Photo. It's okay. Where can I put the mouse so it doesn't? Okay. Lightroom. Luminar. NIK Collection. Huh. I mean, not that I used any of those like to the maximum of what they can do. Affinity, Lightroom. But they do all have their like a certain character to it. I'm a bit disappointed with NIK Collection. Didn't do a great job there. You can do a lot better. So, So what, like from the process that you've seen, from the simple edits that we have done with that, what do you think is like the best result for that amount of time we spent with them? But you can see from Lightroom that it has more this kind of clean digital look that I was talking about. If you look at the tower, for example, stuff like that, if you compare it to Affinity, you can, of course, if you want to do it, try to get the same values out of it and the same look out of it. But the way your software is built, the way the interface is built, makes it easier to reach a certain look. And this look is then representative for the software itself, because by making it easier to get that look, more people will create that look with it. So that's pretty interesting. And you can see with Luminar that it has more this kind of playful look that lends itself nicely to posting it on social media, stuff like that, where you want to have this more like playful, colorful, more intense edits, I would say. I think Lightroom looks best, but it's the background I like. Okay. Interesting. And with NIK Collection, I don't think I did a very good job. You can do more. You can create much better looks. I don't know why this didn't turn out so well. But NIK Collection is more like a laboratory where you can play around for hours with all of these kind of different tools and do very different looks with that. So I think that Affinity Photo looks the cleanest of them all. Like it's the most, Affinity Photo has the most look of what I would think it looks when it's coming out of the camera, and it's just like improved a bit to look better, but it's still true to the camera. Of course, you can edit that in all kinds of different ways. Yeah. I'm really disappointed with what I did with the NIK Collection. It's really stupid. Because usually with, like, I want to show you another picture. Maybe this shows it a little bit clearer. Where do I have that? 1 second. I think it's in here. Is it in here? Yes. So I added these pictures. Oh, there's, by the way, there's another comparison where I had a bit more time to, like with other pictures. So this is edited with NIK Collection, the same picture from the exercise, from the homework, and this is done with Lightroom. And there, I think in this picture, you can better see the comparison between the two. And Lightroom is very like clean and precise and sharp, but also like too perfect for my feeling. And it looks great when you look at it, but at the same time, it's like very like, how would you say that? Clinical, very clinical. And then you go back to Lightroom, And Lightroom, sorry, we get back to NIK Collection. NIK Collection made this kind of soft look in there. You see, like with the building and everything, and also with the sculpture over here, it has more this kind of organic analog look, which I don't think you can really do in, or maybe you can do it in Lightroom, but the software isn't like lending itself to it from the way it's built. You would have to invest some extra time to do that, because you don't have all these kind of creative filters in Lightroom, as far as I know. So you can see this is Lightroom, this is NIK Collection. You can see how different it is. Both look great, of course, but both are very different. Also look at the specific color values that you have. Like, for example, look at the sky color and at the green of the sculpture. Now I switch over to Lightroom. And you see this kind of cyan blue that you have up here, and this kind of green that you have over here, also down here in that area. This is more typical for this kind of Lightroom look that you will often find, this kind of more cyan blue. And NIK Collection is more these kind of vintage, a little bit faded, softer blues that more remind you of analog cameras, rather than being like this kind of punchy Lightroom look, which is again also nice. Here's another picture of a fly that I've edited, a macro photo that I did. And this again, this one is with, let's not say which is which. You can guess. So this is photo 1 and this is photo 2. So what do you think, which is which? One is Lightroom, one is NIK Collection. This is 1. I can also zoom in here. Can I zoom in? I should be able to zoom in. Yeah, we can. It's not the sharpest picture. So this is photo 1. And this is photo 2. Now it's sharper. You see? Yeah. So you can see how huge the difference is. Look at that part of the face, the flesh. Is it flesh? Do flies have flesh? I don't think they have flesh. But this part here, let's switch over to the other picture. Sorry. Here. And you can see like from the hair and stuff on the details, it's a lot sharper. You can see here sharp details, sharp hair, very spiky everything. Also down here, very nice details. And I switch to the other pictures. The details are a lot softer in here. They are still there, but they're a lot softer. But this is what you would think is like more this kind of classic vintage look, right? And I think like to create this with Lightroom, that would be pretty hard to get that kind of look. Or not hard, but you have to really know how to use that. And when you like just use it, you get more like this. And you see like also from the light, you would think like this is more like a neon light, a modern neon light, and this is more like a classic light bulb, right? Because it's a much warmer, much nicer light compared to this one. So of course you can make the light warmer in Lightroom too, but like I said, you don't have these kind of creative filters. So that's a huge difference between them. Yeah, I like color. I like the colors in number 2 in picture 2 better too. I like them more because they're softer, more this kind of classic look. Yeah, and so if you we can go. Let's go to Unsplash real quick. When we look through the picture, let's see if we can find some. I mean, they don't really tell you. Is there a website where they tell you what kind of software they use to edit it? Oh, look here. Let's go sunset, for example. Is there some kind of. This, for example, here. This is what I mean. These kind of. You see this kind of blue and this kind of this kind of blue and this kind of orange and this kind of violet. This is more like the classic Lightroom tones that you get. Whoop. Okay. We are now somewhere else. Oh, there we go. Okay. And this is what I mean. Like if you have a certain software, it gives you a certain look. And with another software, you wouldn't get exactly that look or exactly these kind of colors. And it's really interesting to, that's like, and Lightroom influenced really a lot with these kind of, with this kind of cyany blue and this kind of nice orange and violet below that. You see that a lot more after Lightroom came around, because with them, it's pretty easy to create that. And with other softwares, it's a bit harder to do that. The same thing. We can go here. Let's go to Pixabay real quick and go for sunset. And then you can go from popular to latest. So you get a lot of unedited pictures or less edited pictures. Let's say it like that. Oh, it's interesting. You see this in this picture, but this is like this is just made black and white. Okay. Let's go with this here. Download. Yeah, we can just go with this. Let's see now. I'm not an expert with Lightroom, of course, but I'm like basically complete beginner, as you've seen. But let's open this up real quick here. It's now the big question if I can see that or if it's just somewhere else. No? Ah, what's happening now? Import photos and videos. What is happening right now? Sorry. Yeah. Continue trail. Oh God. Downloads. Where is that picture that we just downloaded? Ugh. Okay, wait a second. I have to move this over. I just want to show you real quick. Where is that? Where did I download that? 1 second. Download. Oh, I put it in here already. Okay, good. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. So let's import this. Oh, it imported all the other pictures too. Okay, never mind. Let's go to develop here real quick. And then we had this kind of... We can try this real quick here. Yeah, already. You move the levers just a little bit. And see, you get this kind of pink and you get this kind of blue up here. Not even doing a great job right now. Wasn't there something else too? Luminance, saturation. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Okay, good. So you can see it's like it's with Lightroom has this kind of thing in there that creates that. Cancel the trail if you don't want a subscription. Oh, really? If you don't cancel it, it automatically starts a subscription? Are you sure you didn't like... Because I didn't give any payment information. So usually that shouldn't happen, but that's good advice. I will look out for that. Yeah. Let's go real quick to Affinity Photo and see if we put this in there, there's the same picture. So first of all, you would know where to click. That's the thing, because here it's already lined up for you. These tools are here and you can use them. So this is what I mean with the interface lends itself to a certain look, is because these things are there and you can just use them. And here you have to figure out what to do, which is a good question. What would we do here? We can do split toning, color balance, selective color. Let's try color balance real quick. I mean, this is nice. I mean, it's also a nice look, but it's different. More violet. Okay. Let's turn this off. Let's go with selective color, maybe. The blues. Cyans. No. You see, there's not like one button you click and then it's there. Split toning, maybe. Let's check that, but I don't think that would be do the trick. Let's make this maybe more violet. No. That's another thing. At least this gives me the blue thing down here, but I tried the new version of Lightroom, I mean. Oh, okay. I tried Lightroom. Maybe Classic is different. I don't know. I have no idea about that. But if they don't have your payment information, then they wouldn't be able to, like... But I will look out for that, absolutely. I mean, this comes closer maybe. But if you now compare the colors, this is a look you will find a lot online with these kind of colors. You see, this is still the cyany look, and here we have either the pink or maybe a little bit of orange look in there. And it's very easy to create these specific colors. This is kind of the Lightroom colors, these. And if you want to have this, look at the blue, how different the blue is. I wouldn't even know now what to do right now to get this exact, this cyany look in here, you know? What was the other one before? That's more like violet. Gradient map, no. Channel mixer, curve, selective color. And selective color is also not it. HSL? Don't think so. Let's take this. Yeah, but that doesn't even remotely look that good. Let's see. In this, you see now, it's close, but it's not exactly this. It's not this kind of nice tone. That's the thing, the nice color, that you get this kind of tasty cyan and this kind of tasty pink color. Here you get some kind of pink and some kind of cyan, but completely not that thing. And that's the complicated part, I think. And this is why this kind of Lightroom look is what it is. take this picture here. Try that real quick. Library, import. Let's do it with another picture so we have a different kind of color setup. Oh God. Okay, that's too much. I see already like cyan, orange. Let's reduce this a little bit. Why is it so harsh? That is a bit strange. And then let's go, where was the other one? Up here. Okay, good. Saturation. The hue. There we go. So let's have a look. Where's the library? All photographs. Can I move this over? Custom order. Well, so we have this, and then we have this, and of course this is a bullshit edit. It's pretty bad. I'm not sure. It was like, let's make this a little bit darker, more clarity. Come on. Basic. Okay, it's a little bit better. So you can see that this picture and this picture has like similar kind of color values. It's still a stupid edit, still doesn't look good, but you can see that the values are similar. So you can get a pretty, with easy adjustments without even understanding the software that well, you can get a similar kind of look in there. And I think this is the hardest part. Like if you use something like Affinity Photo, you have to know what you do and where to go to get, and then it's still depending on the color that you have in the picture. You can't just apply it and then have the same color. So I wouldn't know how to go right now and get this kind of color in this kind of violet and cyan blue in Affinity Photo. This is a bit similar, but not too much. What would I do here? Maybe if we switch everything over a little bit. Is that better? No, it's not. You see how nice that is here? This is what I'm talking about. The niceness of the color. So that's a bit like, bit complicated. In Affinity Photo, it's more complicated. You can do a lot more in Affinity Photo, but if you want to have this kind of quick, easy, nice look, Affinity Photo isn't that easy to use for that. It's not as saturated. It's not as saturated. Or you can pump up the saturation here. You see, like, but it doesn't like... First of all, you get this halo here in the middle. And it's still not the same kind of color look. This, like the green down here, looks pretty ugly. And also the pink here looks pretty ugly, comparable, compared to this one here. So that's like, Yeah, this is, oh, looks pretty bad. This looks pretty bad. And if you overdo it, you can see you get this kind of like fragmentation in your picture. And here it's very obvious, but if you do it like this, it's not that obvious, but it's still there. If you zoom in here, you can still see here the problems with the... so you have to also be a bit careful about that. Does it have it here? Not really. You see there's nothing here. That's pretty interesting. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so every software has its ups and downs and kind of purposes on why it's there and stuff like that. So that's pretty interesting. And honestly, I would not know how to get these values in Affinity Photo right now. I would have to try around a lot. I wouldn't know that. By the way, let's look at Luminar. We haven't tried that. Where's Luminar? That would be interesting if you can do it there. Because Luminar can create some really interesting values also. But can it create the classic Lightroom look? Which it doesn't have to. You don't like... It's not like Lightroom is the universe and you have to be like that. But it's just a famous look, is what I'm saying. So let's have a look here. First of all, where would I go? Maybe in the Pro area. Color enhancer. Photo filter, split toning. Where did we do that before? We have seen that before. I can't remember where that was. Sunrise dramatic, mystical. Color styles, texture overlay. Light. Color. I think this is... Yeah, that's the one. Okay, good. So let's see. We take the blue. We change the hue. So apparently that's not the blue that we want to change. And then this is probably orange. Ugh. Ah. Okay. No. Yellow. No. Red. No. This is again this kind of problem. You get this halo here if you move it too much. Let's compare. It's kind of close. The water is pretty close. But this pink is not. Probably I'm doing something wrong. It's actually pretty close. So that's actually pretty nice. Huh. Okay. Let's go to the blue again. Okay. It's almost the same. The blue is a little bit nicer in Lightroom, but you can get that. You can get it there. It's actually pretty nice. Huh. All right. Is a little less red. Yes. Doesn't have this kind of, you see, like in Lightroom, that doesn't have the halo. And here it has a little bit of this kind of shiny halo. You could probably adjust that. Maybe even like if you paint in a mask here and you can use these kind of layers. We can try that. Erase. Make the opacity maybe 8% and then paint a little bit on here. So now it's less. Okay, done. That is actually, I have to say I'm really impressed with the new Luminar. I have tested like what was it, like 2 years ago or something, the Luminar 2, or was it 3? And I was not impressed with that at all. But this one is actually pretty good. You can do some pretty nice stuff with that. Let's see, so this is before and this is after. That's very nice. Okay. Yeah. It's very cool. I still think that the Lightroom version is a little bit better. Because if you look at the, like, for example, here, over there, it's like a very tiny difference. But this is nice and warm here. And this is a little bit like still green and dead. It doesn't like feel that tasty. And here it's better. You see, like, this is more like a subtle, really subtle change. Can we zoom in here? Whoops, sorry. I wanted to edit this picture actually, but then I thought maybe not. And I used my own pictures. How can I zoom in more? There has to be a possibility. Oh, I'm in the... Wait, does it work here? Is there has to be something where I can zoom in more than this. I'm not seeing it. I'm just like doing something wrong. What is going on here? So this is... No, this is not... What is going on? Fill? Fit. Okay, here we can see it now. Compared to this, let's zoom in here. You see how this is also a little bit pink? Tiny bit. And this is not. You can probably set it up. I'm just not knowing how to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with Luminar 4. Okay, I have to do some more testing tomorrow with both of them and then make a video. It is a bit more compact. Not a 5-hour video. Whew, wow, this was my longest stream yet. 5 hours. Whew. Okay. Yeah, but I'm really, really impressed with what Luminar can do. And yeah, also this kind of AI stuff like that. Accent. Oh, okay. Sky enhancer. Oh, here you have the sky enhancer. Yeah, maybe not. AI structure. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you can do some crazy stuff with that. By the way, let's do like really just for the fun. Let's do sky replacement on this one. Ah, okay. For a second, I thought maybe it's also replacing the reflection down here, but it doesn't. But it's still, oh, this is so impressive. Sunset. Oh, look at how, like, the details here. How it's really, like, making a really good selection here on these small details. Forget about doing that in Affinity Photo, in like with one click, for example. That is crazy. Look at the details here, like how nicely this is selected around everything. That is so impressive. Okay, here's a little bit of an edge. So it's not 100% perfect all the time. But I mean, for your next social media posts, good enough. The only thing I don't like is that it didn't understand that there's a reflection down here. But I mean, how would it remove these clouds and then replace the reflection? So that's a bit unfair maybe. And still you can have this kind of adding stuff. You can also add more clouds. You can have an eagle. There we go. We can have an eagle here. The giant eagle is coming. Boom. There you go. Oh, God. We can put a moon. Let's place the moon somewhere else. Can put a moon down here, so I don't know where to put that. You see, even like here, it's cut out from the objects. That is crazy. You can put mountains. Oh my God. Okay. What else can we do? We could have put a plane. Oh, there we go. Advertisement for your like holiday catalog or whatever for a customer. Boom. Put a plane there, done. And I think you can also place your own objects, right? Yeah. Oh, I can download new sky objects? What? Oh, okay. For money, of course. Whoop. 39 bucks. And you can make flying whales. Okay. That is a bit extreme price. But you can load your own. That is pretty good. Yeah, you can show custom sky objects. And let's do this real quick before we end the stream. Let's go here for PNG. Do they have PNG? Yeah, we can make a cat. Let's download this as a PNG download. Let's see. Custom sky object. Stream tests. There's our cat. No. What? Why is it? What is going on right now? 1 second. Am I missing something? Why can't I select that? Do I have to drag it in here? No. I don't understand what's happening right now. Maybe I have to put it in here first. 1 second. Let's copy this over. Put it in here. And now, is it here now? Load custom image. Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. Oh, there we go. Now we have our sky cat. That's perfect. I can make it bigger and smaller. I can probably like, well, okay, it's like fading out with the sky, but yeah, you can make your custom sky cat. That's interesting. Let's see if we have something that makes a bit more sense. We have a bird here. What could we put in the sky? Balloon. Ah, wait. No. Okay, I can't find anything that works right now, but you can like just put stuff in here. Like we have these birds here. That's possible. Let's download them real quick. The hell? There we go. Come on. Exports, PNG. Yeah, that should work. Okay, good. All right. Sorry, I'm wasting your time like that. What? Did it not save? What's going on here? Oh, it's here. Okay. Bird. Boom. Bird. And now we have a bird in here, which is skewed. Okay, so that's not perfect. We can just like do it like that. Yeah, okay, that's, well, you can do it better. But you know what I mean. Warmth? Oh, I can still adjust it. I can make it warmer so it fits the background. I can relight it, which, okay, that's not exactly... Okay. How can I get rid of that box? Let's click somewhere else. There we go. Okay. Good. That's it for today. With a new sky with the wrong reflection, but that doesn't matter too much. Oh, we can also have a galaxy. Boom! Space. There we go. Not the best galaxy. Let's see the second one. There we go. You can do some really cool stuff in here. All right. So that's it for today. I would say thank you very much for watching. Oh, wow. Okay, you can do really crazy stuff. I hope you liked the stream today and the comparison between the different software. I still have to do some research. Thank you for the input on how to do what. I learned a lot. I hope it was also interesting for you to look at that different kind of softwares and what they can do. I think I will use Luminar a lot in the future for editing of my own pictures because it's very quick and I mean, I think you can compare it to Lightroom, but without the monthly fees. So for the ease of creating certain looks, I think it's pretty nice. Especially because it has also this kind of clean, clinical look. It can have that, but it can also have like a playful, dreamy look. And then I also have NIK Collection for the more analog look. So that's a pretty nice combination to have all of these things together. Thank you, Jimmy. That's pretty nice. Oh, longest stream ever so far, and it was a lot of fun. Oh, should we do more of these kind of comparisons or like trying to edit stuff in different software and goofing around? Because today we didn't do any kind of editing of Instagram stuff or a thing like that. But it is nice to explore and also get feedback from you and also get your knowledge into the stream to share that with everyone. That's pretty cool. I will write Skylum if they can make maybe a coupon code or something that I can put in the video so you can get a discount on the software if you want to. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, again, I'm not affiliated with them or anything like that. Just like pretty happy with what it can do. I didn't expect that, because last time, I have to say, I really hated Luminar. It was not that great, and I didn't use it at all. I did the review, and then I was I think, pretty critical in the review anyways, and then I deleted afterwards. Luminar. Let's see, when did I do the last one? 2018. So 2 years ago I did a review. I mean, it can do some cool stuff. When I look at the thumbnail here, even back then, it could do some interesting things with the sky. But yeah, well, I didn't like the colors. But now they have changed, and it's a lot nicer, I would say. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like it too. I really like this kind of playing around and trying out different things and stuff like that. And also maybe talking about gear or something, I don't know. And of course showing like how is Affinity Photo different, what you can do with that. But like, unlike some other channels, my channel isn't a complete Affinity channel, so I still want to have the possibility to do other things. I really want to do also more NIK Collection tutorials. Should I do some Luminar tutorials? Well, as soon as I get good at Luminar, that is. As soon as I learn some stuff that I can actually show. Although I have to say that Luminar is pretty intuitive, but maybe to get some certain looks with that, maybe that's helpful. I have to check out the cyan orange look. That's interesting. About the macro pack for Affinity Photo, how I import them in Affinity Photo, because I cannot import them as in your tutorial. Why? What platform are you on? Is it like, are you on iPad or are you on a desktop? Because on iPad, I don't know. I don't have an iPad. But why can't you import that as the same as I show in the tutorial? That's pretty interesting. I was pretty sure that they work on like at least all the desktop versions, like the newer desktop versions. Let me know. And then, yeah, I would also say, like, if you compare Lightroom and Luminar, it's like for the price, it's a better choice. Yeah. Sorry. By the way, I don't know about you, but I gained a lot of weight during the Corona crisis, staying at home all the time. Also, probably eating more junk food because you stock up on some stuff and then you eat a lot more noodles than you would normally do. So, can you send me one of these cookies? It's actually not a cookie. It's called a muesli bar, but it's actually like probably more of a cookie. It's muesli with a lot of sugar and chocolate on the backside. So it pretends to be healthy, but it's not. This serious, what platform are you on with the problem to import the macros? Okay, my bot is again. Yeah, so I have to look into that. Also, I think a benefit of these programs like Luminar or Lightroom is that with Affinity Photo and with NIK Collection, if you want to fiddle around for hours and you want to create really intricate editings and stuff like that, perfect for that. But if you want to get a quick result, like in minutes or something, you want to post something on your blog, on your website, on your social media for the community, then I think like these programs like Lightroom or Luminar or something similar to that, they are great choices for that, you know. And like in this busy social media world, I can see a lot of situations where you just want to get a picture out there and you maybe want to be the first one to have the picture out there, you know, especially if you post, if you send something from events. Of course, you can do a lot of editing on your smartphone also that has a lot of quality, like Snapseed. I absolutely suggest that you try Snapseed on your phone. It's really great. It has a lot of the looks and like feel of NIK Collection, but a lot easier, and it's completely free. I think actually that Google sold the NIK Collection software but retained the knowledge of that, because a lot of that you will be reminded of the look that you get from Snapseed on NIK Collection. Healthy on top, sugar inside, yeah. I'm on Windows 64? Like you mean Windows 10 64-bit. And you cannot import it as I showed it with the tutorial? But that's very strange. Is my stream gone? Am I not online anymore? I can show you real quick. Wait a second. Let's switch over here. Oh, what is this? Huh? Oh, there we go. Okay. So you go to View, and then you go to Studio, and then you go to Library down here. And then with Library, you have these little, like, this is called a hamburger menu because it has these three lines like a hamburger. And then you go to Import Macros here. And then you go to the macro folder. Where is it? Macros. And you have this kind of, you see AF macro file. Select that and go to Open. And then this imports the macro into Affinity Photo. And then make sure that you see over here these kind of lines, because maybe you have it like this, like so, and you can't see it because it's down there. So you have to scroll down. It's always at the bottom. And then you have to click on this little triangle here, and then you see the rest of the, like the imported macros in here, you know? So make sure that you see that, because if it's like this, you think like, oh, nothing happened, but it's down here. So that's important. I don't know, could you see that or? Oh, now it's working. Ah, that's perfect. There we go. That was a quick fix. Very nice. Ah, okay. That's good. Remember to unzip. Yes, absolutely. You have to unzip the file first. Yeah. That's important. Yeah. Doesn't really like. When I look at my channel, like the vlogging channel, and I look at the videos, it's not like something where I think, oh, I have to see that. It's important. I mean, two of the videos maybe are. Like they are a bit more edgy, like the one that's like Nikon is dead to me, and the other one with the 15 terabyte of backup. That is kind of interesting. And I really have to figure out how to do that better. And I really have to go through planning it better. By the way, here, I'm already like I said, always learning. There you go. Oh, it's like transparent. It says Understanding Film. This is a really old book. I have had this for 20 years, but I think it's still valid. So you can go inside and you see like this here. See here? It explains all this different stuff with the cameras and stuff. And how do you film? How do you prepare a scene? How do you... what is glitched? This stream is... Oh. This video is private? What's going on? Why is it private? Can you still see me? I don't know. Huh. Yeah. It says now that the video is private for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Let me go to the channel real quick. You still see and hear me? Oh, I'm an idiot. I switched my account. 1 second. Let me reload the page. I'm an idiot. Ah, there we are. There we are again. I switched my YouTube account to look at my other channel. I'm an idiot. Okay, so now it's good again. Okay. No, but what is it you would like to see there? What could I do as content? I mean, like, of course, it's completely new, and I really don't have an understanding. And I mean, for the that it is a completely new channel, it's like getting a lot of views already, and like there's a lot of other channels a lot smaller. Like I was talking to another YouTuber yesterday, that the one I was with for drone flying, and I was saying like, my last video, it completely tanked. It didn't get good views. How many views did your video get? And she was like, yeah, it worked kind of well. It got like 150 views. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because mine got like 260, and I'm like so disappointed that it went so bad, but it's more than hers. So of course her channel is like, I can push my channel through my main channel, but so there isn't that much of a comparison. But at the same time, I am like, of course my expectations are higher, and I just want to create good content, and I don't feel like I'm creating good content right now. I don't really have a good grasp on how to create these videos, stuff like that. A series about Luminar 4 would be appreciated. Really? That's interesting. I will try to make some videos about Luminar and see how well they work on my channel, to see if the people like it or not, for the views. The new viewers might not see you on the channel. Did it really switch to private because I logged out of my channel? It's really strange. I don't know. Wait a second, let me really quickly copy this link to a incognito window. Let's push this here. No, it's public. It should be public. Okay, that's strange. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, practice, absolutely practice. I have so much to learn. And like, it's exciting because, again, I have a small channel and every subscriber counts. And it's like, of course, on my main channel, also every subscriber counts. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if I get 1 or 2 more subscribers per day, I'm already like, yay, I get a new subscriber. While on my main channel, right now it's called the summer slump on YouTube. Like in the summer months, the people go outside, they want to party and barbecue and stuff like that. So less people watch the channel. So my subscriptions are down, my views are down. So instead of 70 subs a day, I get like 35 a day or something, like 40 a day. And I'm like, why? What did I do wrong? Why is my video not good enough? Of course, it's a summer slump. It's not me, but at the same time, at one channel, it's like exciting to get 1 or 2 new subscribers, and on the other one, if you don't get 70 or more, you're like, I have to push harder. I have to be better with my content, you know. So it's always funny. You bought Luminar 2 weeks ago. How is that possible? Wasn't Luminar 4 out for like months already? I think they made a promotion like 4 months ago or something. And I wasn't interested. I didn't care. And then I saw a video by another YouTuber called Potato Chat. By the way, sorry, if you're into photo gear and film gear and stuff like that, check out Potato Chat. Because like, all the gear he shows is interesting, and every time he shows something, it's cool to watch that. And yeah, it's just interesting. But like, you will have sleepless nights over a camera you can't afford for the next 10 years, but you still want to have it. Even if you don't need it and you don't know how to use it, you still are like, which is pointless, but it's still fun at the same time. Yeah. You bought Luminar 4 2 weeks ago. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah. What was the other channel? 1 second. I will show you. I will send you a link. No, don't go. Okay, let's go back. What? No. Okay. Wait, what is going on right now? Is this my channel link or not? 1 second. I'm a bit confused right now. Yeah, that's it. So at the moment, it's like super, not bad, but it's like not there yet, you know? And of course, I look at other YouTubers, what they do. I don't have a concept yet. So I was super impressed with Casey Neistat. Of course, in the meantime, I have already figured out that I'm not Casey Neistat myself, and I will never be. So the way he does his videos doesn't make sense for me, because the way he cuts it and the way he creates it fits his personality, doesn't fit my personality. So that's a problem. From him, I have these kind of scenes where you have this, like the time lapses and the fly drone scenes, and then the cool music for that. That is what he does on his channel, and I think it's a cool way to build an atmosphere. The problem with my channel is there is no connection at all between what I'm doing in the video and these cool scenes. So they build an atmosphere and then there is nothing there. It's like someone getting you excited over a nice dinner and then giving you a chessboard, you know? So that doesn't really make sense. I have to find a connection of how I want to do that. Yeah, that the stream is like a little bit laggy, but that is the reason for that is because like it has to be uploaded and like shown to you, so that takes a little bit. Sharewares on sale. I don't know that page. Is it a legit page? You should be really careful with other pages if they are legit or not. Because they have amazing prices and then you buy it, but you don't ever get the software. They just take the money. So be careful with that. I don't know. Of course, there's a lot of deal pages also, so it could be legit. I don't know. Luminar. Let's have a look. Luminar 3. For free? Oh, come on. That cannot be for real. Sale has ended. Okay. I don't know. Anyways. So, but again, like the question, what could I do on my vlog channel? What could I do there? Because for me, it's like a creative outlet and I can show other sides of what I'm doing. But I want to bind that together. I probably have to find it out on my own, but it's like if you say, hey, this and this could be interesting, that could be nice. I was talking about the difference of my lifestyle compared to most other people. Then I cut it from the last video, so I probably should put it in another video, because it's actually interesting. And it's like it's kind of it's a bit mind-boggling when I think about basically all of my friends, what their lifestyle is, how they like, because the normal thing is you go to school and then you get a job and then you're in the job 8 hours a day or more, and you have maybe time at the weekend to do stuff. And mine is completely the opposite of that, you know? So, and I don't know, I couldn't even like, I can't even imagine doing that. And I don't know if I could live like that, you know? That's the problem. Because when is your life happening in that situation? I don't understand. Because they go out at the morning, they come back, and then of course you're tired, so you maybe watch Netflix, but you don't do much more maybe. And then you maybe have the weekend, and often they have children too, so you are tied down with that too. And like, I would go crazy, because I need a lot of time for myself and learning and reading and all this kind of stuff, you know? So, I began to use them 3 years ago. Yes, it is. I had to sleep. Yeah, what time is it here? Yeah, it's also yeah, it's the same time. It's the same time as at Uplay. So thanks for being in the stream. Show us the trip to and surrounding. Oh, by the way, here is something. Big teaser for my next vlog video that isn't out yet. I will post it tomorrow. I will show you 3 tools that in combination, these 3 tools, all of them are completely free. You can scout locations globally and find amazing things without paying anyone. And you will find the location, and you can figure out where the sun will be when on that location. And you can even scout how to get there. You know, so like, really amazing tool in my next vlog video that I'll post tomorrow. So that's a teaser. Okay. It's still free on some giveaway websites? Really? Huh, okay, interesting. The Skylum team is pushing really hard to get their software out there. I think they just right now, and I think even for the recent years, they are pushing really hard to get a market share to grow. I think is their main interest. Yes, the next vlog will be tomorrow. It's online already, but I haven't posted yet. I wanted to post it yesterday, but then I was too lazy to make a thumbnail and the text for it. And then I went to fly my drone with this other YouTuber. So, yeah, I just missed the opportunity to post it. It has been ready for some time. Yeah. And I think that one will be interesting, because I talk about how droning or like flying around with drones changes photography and maybe changing our culture too, on how we see ourselves. And then also I talk about 10 things I find out about drones after I bought them from the first experience, and this location scouting thing, which, you know, this is something I really like about myself, because I went to drone groups, and there is some nice groups. So this is the big difference between like, I wouldn't even say European culture. I would say maybe German or German-speaking culture and cultures in the rest of a lot of the world, like America and maybe also, I don't know, France and Italy and other countries, let's say. In Germany and in Austria, there is this. You have what is it called? I think one is called dark envy, and the other one is called bright envy. I think these are the two terms. And dark envy is if you have envy that you have something, you don't want other people to have the same thing. Or someone has something you don't have, so you want them to fail and you want them to take it away from them. This is dark envy, and you find this a lot here. And so I was in an Austrian drone group, and I was asking, hey, where can you find nice locations to film? And how do you know about the daytime and stuff like that? They were like, oh, you're an idiot. You're so naive. How can you ask something like that? I was like, hey, location scouting is a job. People get paid for that. So, of course, people talk about that. There is databases and agencies and stuff around that. It's not naive. It's part of the job. It's part of the industry. But you can see the state of mind from that, you know? And then in for example, in America, stuff like that, you have bright envy. And bright envy is like, you see people who have something and you are glad they have some, and you want to be the same. So you want to take them as your idols and say, hey, this guy, for example, I don't know, a big rapper. So he's Eminem or Snoop Dogg or something. I want to be Snoop Dogg too. So you try to be like them and learn from them and get up there, maybe connect to them. You don't want to take away from them. You want to add to them and be part of that. And this is nice. So I found other like English speaking drone groups, and I asked, hey, where is that? And he gave me the exact location where that is, you know. Nobody said, hey, you're stupid or something like that. And a lot of people with other shots also asked the same thing. So, yeah. But I got so angry that I was like sitting down, and this is what I said, I like this quality about me. I was sitting down and thinking, hey, where do you find locations and pictures for free globally? And I just like, okay, this and this and that. And I figured it out like in, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. I had my tools together, so now I can find awesome locations anywhere on the planet. So yeah, that's nice. And I will share, of course, that with you in the vlog. Not right now, because I want you to look at the video. Okay. Anyways, but I share it with you for sure. Yeah. Okay. Is anybody still there? Yes. Sorry, I was talking really long now. Yeah. But I really hate that when people are like, I don't want to share this with you, the information, or like, I don't know, this kind of envy, dark envy kind of thing. I really don't like that. If people ask me something, I tell them how to. I mean, a lot of people say, yeah, what do you need to do to get more views on YouTube or something like that, or how do you design a thumbnail or something like that? And I'm glad to sit down for half an hour or whatever and tell them there's a resource here you can learn. This is my favorite book to do that, stuff like that, you know. So why would I hide that, you know? Why should I hide that? Luminar 3. Okay. I hope this is a legit site, by the way, the Serious software shop. Just saying. I hope it's legit. Okay. Yes, absolutely, Jimmy. I learned that too. Like, this is also something I learned also with YouTube, with the community. Is don't argue with people, don't be harsh, or sometimes I'm a little bit edgy, you know, like because there's some things I don't like, but sometimes I also misunderstand them. But I try to really reduce that and not react to that, not get angry about that, and not argue, because I found that also with my customers, stuff like that, if you're self-employed, everything that you do reflects on you and influences your future, you know? And so, I mean, if you're in your private space, stuff like that, or if you work for a company, maybe it's not that important to you if the company loses a customer or not, if you're not personally connected to that. But if you're self-employed, you can ask yourself, do I want to argue with my customer and lose thousands of dollars through it? Maybe. Or do I just want to say, yeah, okay, that's, if you see it like that, okay, that's also good. Why not? Is it really worth that much money to be right about something that is completely like trivial? And the interesting thing about difference in opinion is that almost every time it is trivial and it's just in your head. It's not real. The difference between if someone likes something or doesn't like something, that's completely in your head most of the time. You know, how you relate to the situation. Here's an example. If you're a boxer and another boxer in the ring while the sport event goes on punches you in the face, you will not have a psychological drama from that. You don't need to go to therapy because someone punched you in the face, you know? But if you're just out there and someone suddenly, without warning, punches you in the face, you have a different relation to that, you know? So you might be like dramatized by that. You need to have help to get your mind out of the drama again, you know? You can be paralyzed just by not expecting this kind of situation. It's a very drastic example, but the only difference is how you relate to the situation. It's happening in your head, you know? So and this is also with other situations. And you, in most cases, you can talk to yourself and say, should I really get angry about that at this moment? Or should I just tone it down and not care about it too much? Or just say, well, okay, every person can have their opinion if they want or not. And then you see that the rage is just going, it's fading away from you. You're like, okay, well, okay, good. You can like build up your rage, or you can just say, no, I'm not connected to this. You can do your thing, I do my thing, that's okay, don't worry, you know? Yes, also personal, that's also a good point, Jimmy, absolutely, yeah. This is also a big thing, like often it's personal. There's actually a good book about that, I don't remember it, what's the name is, it's, I don't remember. But they said, like, by analyzing a lot of conflicts and studying them and how they do it, with, for example, political conflicts, when parties talk with each other, don't come to a conclusion, even that is often very personal. It's not about the actual subject that's going on, it's about the person and how you feel about the other person, or about how you imagine the other person to be or not to be. Like often we imagine that other people want something bad. You know, this is what I often hear when other people tell me about why they are angry with their friends or something. They say, oh, they said this and that during the conversation because they don't like me, or they are envious of what I do, or they want to like make me feel bad. And if you're an outsider, you don't have this personal connection between these two. What the other person said in the conversation is pretty neutral, you know, like it doesn't have this kind of notion in there, but it's like you feel like it does, you know. So yeah, it's really interesting to get this personal part out of that. Yeah, which is also good strategy, you know. If a fight arises, like an argument with a person, you can first of all try to get it out of the personal space and make it about the subject at hand, and then like very much reduce the involvement, your personal involvement in that. So, for example, a classic strategy is because personal also means respect. A lot of people, this is the main element, is respect for other people. Are they respected? Are they not respected? And do you want to hurt them, or do you want to help them? You know, so you can reduce the struggle in a second if you just say, I understand how you feel and I want to help you with that. Let's talk about how we can resolve this. And then boom, what can they be angry about if you start like that, you know? If there's like a customer or something, they're really angry. This didn't work. Why is it so stupid? You're stupid. I don't know. For example, the macro pack, your shitty macro pack does not install. Why does it not work like that? You know? And if you could say, well, you're stupid because you don't know how to work it. This is your problem, not my problem. Then, of course, they will be super angry and you have a lot of problems with that. But if you say, hey, I can understand the struggle. I know for myself that when I use software, it can be complicated. Tell me what you did so I can help you resolve the problem. And already, like, all the doors are open. They can't be angry at that moment, you know? And then it's also back about the subject. They can explain to you, okay, I did this and that and this and that, and you ask some more questions and then you resolve it. So that makes it a lot easier. Whew, okay. Sorry. I'm already, again, talky boy. Maybe I should do my second channel as this kind of podcast talking about things. Talking about this kind of topics. Would that be interesting? Like this kind of podcast style talking about things? How do you handle an angry customer, or why is the logo so expensive, or stuff like that? Maybe that could be interesting. I love to talk. So I have a million topics I can talk about on length. Okay. What is it now? It's like, oh my God. Whew, already 2:00 already. Almost. They say anymore. That way they quickly get to the point where they do not know what to say anymore. Yeah, or like you just let them talk and like explain everything, which is good in every kind of situation. Just let people talk. Because you learn to understand what they actually want, which is really important, because often what you want is completely different from what they want. But if you, for example, if they are your customer, what they want is the most important part, you know, so it's really important to get that. Or trolls in the chat. Yeah, that's also good. Yes, you think it would be interesting? That might actually be a good thing, to have this kind of more kind of podcast situation, talking about things. Different topics on your second podcast channel. But I want to, you know what? Here's the selfish part about my second channel. I want to play with this cool gear, like film cameras and all this other, like the drones and gimbals and stuff like that. So one reason why I do the second channel is because then I can justify to have this gear, you know? Because otherwise I don't really need a drone. Of course I can use it for my main channel too, for photography and stuff like that, but a video like gimbal, all that kind of stuff, which was like really cool, like playing around with these toys, doesn't make so much sense on my main channel. But on my second channel, if I could like be a cool filmmaker and create cool scenes and stuff like that, that would be interesting. Yeah, but if I just sit on a table and talk again, I can't use that. Maybe I can combine that somehow. Walking through the city and talking about things. The strangest combination. You know, you fly somewhere to the, I don't know, into the desert, make a trip into the desert just to talk about how do you handle angry customers. Taught to you from the African desert of blah, or the savannah with the elephants in the background. I don't know. Oh. The weekly photo editing challenge. I really want to learn. Yes, do that. The challenges are like, I think, a good exercise. Sometimes I'm not the best at explaining what the challenge is, so I should maybe more often explain it in a little video. But it's always like a nice, helpful exercise to learn something about photography and, yeah, a lot of different areas around photography. You know, so that could be interesting. Yeah. Whew, all right. I think we should really close now. It's like already almost 6 hours. That is 2 hours more than I usually stream. That's pretty extreme. But I feel the more I stream, the more relaxed I feel about it, you know? Before I was like super nervous when it started, and now I go like shopping and then cook a coffee, and then 10 minutes before it starts, I turn on the lights and go. And before that, I was here like 2 hours before, still nervous, trying to fiddle around and make everything perfect. So you get a lot more used to it over time. It's really nice. No, it's in my Facebook community. 1 second, I will show you a link. You need to join that. There we go. No, there we go. So this is the Facebook community. You can join that. And then there I post a challenge every week that you can follow along and post your result for that. Just 1 picture per person, by the way. Okay. Good. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. That was pretty amazing today. I really enjoyed the comparison between the software. I think I played around a little bit too much with the things, but I think it was still pretty nice to check that out. Yeah. So thank you for everybody to be here, and also for the really active chat today. I really enjoyed that too. That we talked a lot more with each other. That's pretty cool. Good. All right, so wait a second, I have to find the button here. Okay, there we go. Have a good night, and see you basically tomorrow in the vlog video, and then on Saturday in the next tutorial. Good, bye.